Ladies and gentlemen, to officially welcome us to Day 2 of the JN Foundation Climate Change, Sustainability and Innovation Water Summit 2021 is Chairman of the JN Foundation, Mr. Paris Liao Ayi.
Honorable Floyd Green, Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, guest speakers, moderators, and panelists, esteemed members and participants joining us online, members of staff of the JN Foundation and the JN Group, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant good morning to all. It is indeed my pleasure to welcome you to Day 2 of this Water Summit. I am sure that those of you who were fortunate to have been with us yesterday will agree with me that the sessions were informative, revealing, and generated robust discussions which led to practical actions to be taken to address our water-related challenges by us as individuals and by the government. The welcome from Therese Turner-Jones of the IDB and our JN Group CEO, Earl Jarrett, set the stage for a high-level collaboration. The session on water availability and housing, led by the Honorable Minister Pernell Shaw Jr., expounded on the topic, Planned Housing, an Enabler to Jamaica's Climate Resiliency. And he was very candid in laying out the real problems that we face and outlining the approaches that are being taken to address them, while admitting the need for strong collaboration with all the stakeholders. The discussion which followed his presentation highlighted the message of water conservation, and it is being encouraged that water-saving devices and fittings should be included as a minimum for housing developments, and the government should establish minimum standards to be met and provide incentives to encourage acceptance to the needed change in culture. For me, the session dealing with the water policy changes was most revealing and introduced reality in making such quantum changes, which must be acknowledged. And of course, dealing with the reality that water and sanitation for all should be accepted human rights. Today, we're going to focus on the water resources that we have and the availability for our rural and urban developments, water security and practical implications for food security, innovations and entrepreneurial prospects to address water-related issues, and finally, looking at the importance of water and health. At the end of the day, we are very fortunate to have with us the veteran, what I call Jamaica waterman, Basil Fernandez, as our rapporteur, who will bring together the recommendations put forward during these 2 working days for action by the respective parties. He will also today give an oral summary, but a written report will also be prepared. The JN Foundation will ensure that this report will be made available to all stakeholders, and user-friendly versions of our deliberations will be shared widely to the general public and educational groups. The JN Foundation, through the Water Project Jamaica, has been trumpeting this message, and during the past 4 years, the project has not only talked conservation, but also practiced conservation through several initiatives. Some of these include encouraging the use of rainwater harvesting systems, water-efficient taps and showers, low-flush toilets, efficient irrigation systems, and grey water recycling facilities, as well as appropriate efficiency measures. I must say that Robert Stevens and Leanne Spence have been extremely helpful in these areas. We have also created great awareness about the business and financial cases for developing and building homes with water-efficient measures. In addition, we developed a home owner's guide, which outlines specifications and requirements to guide the construction and retrofitting of homes in Jamaica in order to increase the efficiency of water conservation while mitigating loss. These include a set of water adaptation technologies and refers to several national policies and standards and/or requirements which are relevant and applicable to the design and specification of new house construction and retrofitting across Jamaica. That guide can be found on our foundation's website. We engage householders in 9 communities in Kingston and St. Andrew through a 12-month-long pilot study where we retrofitted homes with water-saving devices and monitored their usage. The results of the pilot study was astounding. Some householders achieved a reduction of up to 42% in their water usage. Let me repeat that, 42% in their water usage, following the installation of the water adaptation devices and the implementation of water adaptation measures within their homes during the past several months. We also signed a memorandum of understanding with the University of Technology to forge a partnership which will train more persons in water adaptation as one of the solutions to address the country's drought challenges. The partnership will include the development of a course certifying persons for careers in water adaptation and research relating to water harvesting and greywater recycling. Ladies and gentlemen, this Water Summit is our most recent initiative designed to get the conversation rolling and raise the issues of climate change at the highest level and the required changes in the management of our precious water resources by bringing the relevant stakeholders together. Hopefully, this will yield results. So, as we enter the final day of this summit, I thank you for participating via Zoom and encourage you to participate actively in the rest of our discussions today. Thank you again for joining us online and have a great day. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mrs. Therese Turner-Jones, General Manager of the Country Department, Caribbean Group of the Inter-American Development Bank. Mrs. Turner-Jones oversees the bank's operations in Barbados, Guyana, Jamaica, Suriname, the Bahamas, and Trinidad and Tobago. She also serves as a country representative for Jamaica. An economist, Mrs. Turner-Jones has more than 2 decades of experience in macroeconomics and economic development, with particular emphasis on the Caribbean. She has also held key positions at the International Monetary Fund. Before joining the IMF, she served as Deputy Manager of the Research Department of the Central Bank of the Bahamas. She's a friend of Jamaica and a believer in the development and emergence of the Caribbean. Please welcome Mrs. Therese Turner-Jones of the Country Department, Caribbean Group, IDB.
Therese Turner-Jones, Country Representative for the Inter-American Development Bank in Jamaica. It gives me great pleasure to represent the Inter-American Development Bank on this important occasion of Jamaica National Foundation to be able to host this Innovation Summit focusing on climate change and sustainability, but with a special emphasis on water. I recall when we first started this project in the conference room with Oni Camilla and with Earl Jarrett and with Wayne Beecher and other members of the IDB team. I walked away with a bottle of water that was labeled Project Water, which is unfortunately on my desk in my office on Montrose Road and not here at home. We're now living in an entirely different new way of working and being because of COVID. I can't say how important this particular event is to be focusing on water, scarce resources, which is why we started the project in the first place. Looking at ways in which the financial sector and specifically JN can encourage its own members, its clients, to think about water harvesting in their homes, to think about different ways to conserve water and energy. This comes at a time when the world is focused on these issues. We just had Earth Day on April 22nd, so it's also timely. It reminds us that our planet has scarce resources. And I think the focus of this summit, which is getting actual government policies to support the whole initiative towards water harvesting mechanisms inside homes and using housing units as the mechanism for bringing this message to everyone in Jamaica is an excellent idea, which we fully support. The IDB's work in Jamaica and in the water sector is long-standing. We have an emblematic project working with the National Water Commission on non-revenue water. So to support something like this in the private sector, which just broadens the whole scope of water scarcity and awareness raising around water, is really, really important. What's even more important is we're doing this in a pandemic, in a global pandemic, where water has been crucial to the survival of everybody on this planet, to wash our hands, to sanitize, to help in the health centers, and we couldn't live without water. So I congratulate Jamaica National for doing this. The IDB stands ready to partner with you on another project if it comes up, and we're really here to support all of these efforts, not just by the private sector or by the government, but I want to say that these types of projects really bring home at the individual level initiatives that we as households can do ourselves. So we need to think about saving water, we need to think about water harvesting, we need to think about putting in toilets that use less water, faucets that have the right kind of mechanism so as not to waste water. There are a whole raft of tools we can use in this effort, and it's huge. So congratulations again, Jamaica National. IDB is happy to be here, and certainly I'm happy to bring these remarks. Thank you so much.
Please welcome the Chief Executive Officer of the National Irrigation Commission, who will deliver a statement on behalf of the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, the Honorable Floyd Green.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. But let me use this opportunity to apologize for the minister who was unable to attend. He, however, has endorsed this water summit and can assure the JN Foundation that once this summit is finished or concluded, he is willing to work in partnership with this foundation to implement these practical solutions that would have been discussed yesterday and will be proposed today. A pleasant morning to all participants, to the persons in virtual land, and the JN team. It is an honor for me to bring you greetings on behalf of the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, the Honorable Floyd Green, Member of Parliament. Today, we look at the topic, water security, practical implications for Jamaica food security. The current pandemic has brought the importance of food security into sharp focus. Last year, this time, borders were closed at short notice, and most countries, including Jamaica, were forced to consider our readiness for self-sufficiency. The world was in survival mode. The traditional list of basic needs are food, including water, clothing, and shelter. Arguably, the popular view is that humans may survive without clothing and modern-day shelter, but not food. This underscores the importance of food security for the nation. The Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO, defines food security as the means of having food at all times. It is both the physical and economic access to sufficient food to meet one's dietary needs for a productive and healthy life. In other words, a family is food secure when its members do not live in hunger or fear of hunger. Correspondingly, water security is the reliable availability of an acceptable quantity and quality of water for health, livelihoods, and production, coupled with an acceptable level of water-related risk. The conversation today is centered around Jamaica's plans and programs to ensure that we achieve this status. We're looking at where we are now and where we need to be to ensure that we can feed ourselves in a sustainable manner. The Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries is actively developing sustainable food systems by driving local production of primary agricultural produce, livestock, and fisheries to widen the supply chain, integrate production up the value chain, and foster youth in agriculture and agro-entrepreneurship. The ministry is also engaged in promoting a lucrative agribusiness sector that enables productivity and job creation for all regardless of sex, age, socioeconomic status, or ability, and regulate towards a modern and efficient agricultural sector. These aims and objectives will only be achieved if we manage our resources well. The practical implications, if we don't, are real, as there is no substitute for water. Therefore, how we manage it is of utmost importance in determining how we progress, and as such, it is imperative that we maintain and wisely use it, whether for domestic, agricultural, or commercial purposes. The water cycle reminds us that it is the same volume of water in the continuous movement of the cycle. It is therefore paramount as a nation that we focus on conservation and best methods of efficiently utilizing this resource. On average, the world uses 70% of global freshwater for agricultural purposes. It is expected that food production will continue to increase, and as the government of Jamaica, through the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, intensifies effort to lower our food import bill and expand our local food production for food security and export, the demand for irrigation will undoubtedly increase. Hence, our conservation practices will need to be improved to ensure the best usage and distribution of this resource. The application efficiency of water in the agricultural sector is less than 30% in many cases. This highlights to us that the matter of conservation isn't only applicable to domestic usage, but certainly to the world of agriculture. If we're the largest users of this commodity, we have to make the most drastic change, as less water results in less resource for agriculture, which will lead to decreased food security, something we cannot allow to happen. Over the last 10 years, approximately 60 million cubic meters of water is used for agriculture annually in this country. This amounts to just about 70%. It matches the world standard. It is therefore imperative that irrigation water is used efficiently, as this is critical to food security. The National Irrigation Commission Limited encourages farmers to utilize drip irrigation, which is the most efficient irrigation method. This method provides 90% efficiency compared to other methods. The sprinkler irrigation method is 70%, and surface irrigation has an efficiency of 60%. When water use efficiency is not employed, it results in waste of the vital resource. Farmers are urged to invest in technology and resources that will assist them with irrigating their crops based on crop water requirement. Farmers are also encouraged to ensure they are knowledgeable about the crops they produce, so that they irrigate based on crop type and requirement. Not knowing your crop as a farmer may not only be a loss in your effort for water security, but also a loss for the farmer, as crop may possibly die if it is given too much of this important commodity. As we educate the users of water, we're ensuring that we do our part in achieving water security. The Commission has installed variable frequency drives for our operations, which will allow for the supply of water to be done on a demand basis. This has significantly improved the efficiency of the supply of water to our customers, and has also assisted with conservation of the energy used as a commission for our operation. Another action by the Commission to improve and ensure water security is modernizing and replacing outdated infrastructures and equipment for our operations that will result in less water loss and our mission of delivering high-quality irrigation services. We ensure checks are frequently done for leakages, and they are addressed as soon as possible after they are discovered. We also ask farmers to reach out to us to report leakages or any other issues resulting in loss of water for the Commission, and by extension, loss of water security for the world. The NIC has been actively finding ways to improve water security on the island. We are in the process of changing our canals to pipe networks that will not only reduce theft of the resource, but also reduce the possible waste of water from these canals. This process is quite technical and costly, and as such, it will take some time to complete. However, be assured, the Commission is ensuring it is done in the soonest possible time. Water conservation methods are always encouraged in agriculture, and as the Commission continues to provide efficient and quality irrigation, we urge farmers and all other water users to practice water conservation methods, exercise rain harvesting, and proper storage of water. Consider growing a variety of crops to include drought-tolerant ones. Practice crop rotation, ensure the use of healthy soil, and invest in irrigation technology. And practice proper irrigation scheduling. I summarize my presentation this morning and say it is embodied in this small phrase. We're speaking about being efficient and simple, use less to do more. Let us play our part in ensuring water security and food security for all. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Rachel, this is Charles, and this is Bella. We're the recipients of the Jamaica National Water Harvesting Pilot Project.
My name is Denise Knight, and I'm a recipient of the JN Water Conservation Project.
My name is Karen Barker, and I'm a proud recipient of the JN Water Project Pilot Study.
Welcome to the Wortley Home. My name is Keith Slandster, I'm the chairman, and with me today is Tanya Wilish, a director.
So we're a part of the community of Hope Pastures, and we're a family of 5. We have a garden that Charles pays more attention to than he does me, right? So it was important for us to have some kind of water saving initiative so that he can put more effort in his garden without costing so much.
I must say I was quite elated to have gotten be a part of this project, because it has actually made a big difference for me in terms of my water consumption and my bill.
I've been living here for over 25 years. Now 5 persons live in my household, and for the 5 persons that are here, the water use usually is much, especially during shower time. It has conserved my water bill considerably. I can actually see the difference in my water bill.
In 2015, the Wortley home had a devastating fire in which we lost everything. We lost the buildings, we lost everything that was in it, and it took us 4 years to rebuild. And we now are in the new building that has a new capacity of 32 girls and 8 staff members. As a result, our water consumption is very high.
From JN has installed the devices, my water consumption has seen a tremendous fall in the bill, particularly because my bill used to be like $8,000 per month. Now I'm seeing $3,000, sometimes $2,000 plus. So that's a great savings for me.
So we've moved from a $14,000 bill to a $7,000.
By the time it was August, September, which are partially rainy but also drought still, we had cut to $7,000, and then it kept remaining to that. By the time it was December, we had it close to $4,000.
I've been on this project for a year, a little over a year. This project has saved me in terms of conservation of water. Also, it has saved on my water bill. My water bill has gone down considerably since I've been on this project.
This project with the JN Foundation has been such a blessing to us because it's going to help us reduce our water consumption, be energy efficient and environmentally conscious. We're looking forward to big rains that will fill our tanks and allow the water to be used in our wash stations, and that we will now come off of the grid from the National Water Commission for that portion of our usage.
They went ahead and they installed this tremendous tank, which really is a good idea to have in every household, because when you have water lockouts, trust me, you don't want to have to be catching up water. You don't have to worry about doing that anymore when you have the tank.
Some of the devices that were changed in my home were the toilets, my kitchen pipe, my bathroom pipe, my shower heads,
So they kind of enhanced the guttering that we had outside, installed tanks for the pipes to flow into so that the water from the roof would be caught in the gutter, and inside was a complete different level of devices that were water saving devices, right? I didn't even know about them. Devices like flow reducers. This is very important because initially I thought, no. I'd like a nice shower, right? I don't want anything to be trickling out of the pipe. But these flow reducers reduces the water. I can't remember by what percentage, but it reduces the water flow without the feeling that the water is not flowing, right? So you still get your nice shower experience with half the water being used.
This initiative with the Jamaica National Foundation is certainly going to help the Wortley Home, and we would encourage all other girls' home or other homes to be a part of this initiative with the Jamaica National Foundation, which will certainly enhance and reduce their cost, because we know we do not have it in the homes to meet all our expenses. So get on board.
This project is wonderful. Every household in Jamaica should be on this project.
I would surely recommend that the government partner with JN on this project, and whenever the projects that they have in terms of housing developments have these devices installed, plus every household should have a water tank, because based on the constant lock-offs that we have with water and water issues, you will find this will help a lot of people, and they won't feel so frustrated at the end of the day when they wake up no water.
I believe the government should also come forward to initiate what JN Foundation had done and make it more like a mandate or something that is part of the policy for new construction projects, to have water harvesting as part of the planning that the engineering department should do in the government sector as well as in the private sector.
I really want to say thank you to the JN Foundation for coming up with this project, and for selecting me to be a part of the project.
I just want to say that this project is a very good, excellent project. And I want to say thanks to JN for doing this project.
We actually want to thank JN Foundation for their tremendous service that they do across Jamaica in so many different ways. And then with all of that, they had taken on these climate change issues and then dealing with water conservation and considering actually placing this as one of the primary projects in Jamaica. And we are one of the beneficiaries and recipient of this water project.
The Jamaica National Foundation's project of water conservation is an absolute must in today's society. The Wortley Home has benefited greatly as we were one of their pilot projects. There's no doubt that water conservation through water harvesting or other methodologies is the way forward for all of us as we try to conserve one of our precious resources in Jamaica, which is water.
Sustainability, economic and social considerations. This discussion will be moderated by Dr. Maria Donoso, UNESCO Chair Emeritus on Sustainable Water Security at the Institute of the Environment at the Florida International University, FIU. Dr. Donoso has served FIU in various capacities, including as Director of the Global Water for Sustainability Program, which he has led a consortium to implement a multi-million-dollar portfolio of water-related projects around the world. Dr. Donoso has also served as regional hydrologist of the UNESCO for Latin America and the Caribbean from 2003 to 2010. Now, let's meet our panelists for this session. Dr. Adrian Cashman, CEO of Quatix Water Resources Management based in Barbados, who was with us yesterday. And we welcome today Dr. David Farrell, Caribbean Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panel.
morning, ladies and gentlemen, speakers and participants, and also to the GEN team. I will be giving a brief introduction to set the stage for our discussion on water security in small island state. But please allow me before starting to express my gratitude to the Jamaica National Foundation for inviting me to be part of this very interesting and informative event. Water security is defined by the United Nations based on the approved definition of UNESCO 2012 as a capacity that a population or a certain part of the world, community, region has in terms of accessing to adequate quantities of water and quality for sustaining human and ecosystems, their health at the watershed basis. Water security is then, when you are working in it, you need to address the quantity, the quality, but also it is important to talk about the security of the water or of the resource per se. That is the part of safeguarding water. Water security in terms of small island state, when addressing or putting together a water security plan, needs to be addressing cross-cutting impacts that are affecting the entire community or the entire island state. And this relates to food, to governance, to health, to economic growth, etc. The major challenges for safeguarding water in terms of the security of the resource is in terms of the operational processes of water. For example, in industrial processes, cooling for if the cooling is altered, these could cause an ecological disaster, or for water treatment processes. Also in terms of the water infrastructure of the sector, like hydropower or water distribution system, and also sewer and sanitation system. If these are challenged, say by cyber crime, the resource itself, water, becomes challenged, and of course, so will a water security scheme. In terms of the water quality, the most important challenges to be addressed is not the dumping of toxic waste or oil spills or even contamination from radioactive waste. It is not even the plastic bag, which was thought before, say 5 years ago, that was a major challenge in water quality, because these today are mostly biodegradable. The most important water quality challenge, especially for small island states, is water bottles. Because plastic disintegrate in these water bottles, they're not biodegradable as plastic bags. And this is not just an arsenic disaster, but it is also the source of what is called today the invisible pollutants. Microplastic or small molecules of plastic that has disintegrated can cause a number of diseases in animals and humans, as well as in the environment in general. So in terms of water quantity, the challenges are also opportunities, as was indicated by the previous speakers. And in small island states, it is important to determine the needed quantities of water that are in the land part or in the land territory, but also in the intersection between land and ocean. It is also important to determine the amounts of water, not just in big cities, resorts, but also in the most remote areas of the island state. Agriculture, as was stated by Mr. Giles, who preceded my presentation, is definitely the part of the economy that requires more water. Therefore, considering agriculture needs is a major component in putting together a scheme for water security. Of course, we should not forget the industry, especially in small island states where there are not a lot of industries, and 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 are fundamental for the economy of the state in general. So their demand of water should be considered in determining a water security scheme. And finally, of course, let us not forget our populations who needs water for drinking. And if there has been a better or a more exemplary time in history where water has shown to be a need, a fundamental human need, is today within the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. So to conclude, the water security challenges in small island states are going beyond water quality and quantity, and also considering in water security the safeguarding of the resource. Identify what is the sustainability that of that particular scheme that would be introduced or that is being implemented in an island state. Determine what elements, characteristics, and conditions are key to sustainability in every particular state. Not all the churches serve every user. And also important where, when, and how to measure these key elements to determine whether the water security scheme really fits the need of the island states and its population and environment. And definitely identifying and defining the actors that should participate in the putting together the security scheme, but also in implementing its different components. So water security is a huge challenge for all, and consequently for small island states, we can only achieve it if we are able to visualize new ways of managing water, as has been said a number of times within this event. So thank you very much. And I will now I'll call upon my colleague and the next speaker, which will be Mr. Adrian Cashman, who is the CEO of Aquatics Water Resources Management. Dr. Cashman, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that introduction. And let me share my screen with you. Here we go. And hopefully that should have come up. So I'm going to, the topic this morning is about water security for SIDS and looking at the Jamaican situation, looking at sustainability, economic and social considerations. So when we're looking at water security, what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and look at it through a framework that will allow us to consider what the building blocks are. And I'm not claiming that the framework that I'm going to use is the only one. Obviously, there are a lot of frameworks out there, but I want to pick up on a number of aspects that I believe contribute to water security, and using each of those components, just, if you like, interrogate what the situation is, particularly in Jamaica. So we've heard some definitions of water security. I'm not going to repeat them. These ones are from Global Water Partnership. But there are two things I would pick up on here. It's the second quotation there. It's where communities are protected from floods, droughts, landslides, erosion, and waterborne diseases. That's a very important. The other important thing to remember about water security is that water is a human right. And in many respects, it's probably one of the most important human rights because it underpins the realization of the other human rights that we have. Without water, the realization of those things like shelter, decent shelter. You can't have decent shelter without decent water. So just with bearing that in mind, let me now go to what I believe we could agree are the common elements of water security. And I'm looking at this under 4 different conditions, headings, call them what you will. Adequacy, the conditions which shape resource availability in time and space to meet the demand and the nature of those different demands. You can have adequacy, but you also must have accessibility, the physical accessibility when and where you want to access that water. Assurance, the ability to ensure continuity of availability under different conditions. And lastly, affordability, affordable for those wishing to access the service and the ability to afford to provide the service. A lot of what discussions take place seem to be around the affordability of the service itself, but there is another side of this. So let's just taking a look at that overall. We have this adequacy, accessibility, assurance, and affordability. And within each of those, there are a number of different drivers or different aspects that shape and influence, let's say, adequacy or accessibility. For example, accessibility, service coverage and service provision, the way in which service is managed. Assurance, the hydrological variability, the shocks, again, the way the resources are managed. So I'm going to go through each one of these and just discuss with you, share with you a few ideas on each of these. So if we look at adequacy, homing in on Jamaica's situation, total renewable water resources taken from FAO's Aquastat, there it's about 3,705 million cubic meters per year, which translates into 1,800 cubic meters per person per year. And putting that in perspective, Barbados, where I live, the figure is around about, let's say, 300 cubic meters per person per year. So you can conclude from that that actually Jamaica is relatively well endowed. Annual water withdrawals from that renewable stand at about 1,800 cubic meters, million cubic meters per year, of which industrial and domestic is about 900 million. And so the overall average water withdrawals per person are around about 625 cubic meters per year. So, you know, we're not exactly stressing on these figures, and they are global figures. We're not exactly stressing the resources that we have. So adequacy seems to be okay. Some other things to bear in mind is the population of Jamaica is expected to peak in around 2035 and then decline. That has implications for the demands that will be put on this. At the same time, we see urban populations growing. 60% of Jamaica's population is urbanized, of which, and 40% live in the Kingston metropolitan area and St. Catherine's parish. However, we find that the allocation of exploitable water resources in KMA and St. Catherine's almost equals the demand that's on that. So when we then start to factor in what the impact of climate change and variability might be, whilst Jamaica as a whole may be in a relatively secure situation, we are finding, as we already know, but there are going to be parts of the country where the adequacy is going to be challenged. And one of the other things we can look at, one of the other things is that dam storage per person. Interesting statistic. In Jamaica, the amount of storage per person is about 1.6 cubic meters. Now compare that with another small island state, I won't say developing state, Singapore, where it is 13 cubic meters per person. So in other words, recognizing variability and changes that might come up, Singapore has actually invested in storage as a means of addressing adequacy and variability. The other thing is increased areas under irrigation. Jamaica wishes to increase its agricultural production. We've heard this already. And already 60 to 70% of withdrawals go to agriculture, not to industrial and domestic. And we've already heard from our colleagues at NIC this morning that the efficiency of use of water in agriculture is low, but could be increased with the uptake of technology. And one of the things that is concerning us is this intersection between the variability of natural resources and the changes in human activities that are stressing those natural resources. So adequacy, there's some question marks as we go forward in terms of water security. What about accessibility then? Well, we have high levels of access to piped water supplies. In urban areas, 93%, rural, 58%. However, aging infrastructure is compromising, and something I was pointing out yesterday, it's not just coverage, but it's reliability. So that comes down to the point about accessibility, is that water losses have been as high as 70%, but for example, have come down to around, 38%, we're told in KMA. Contrast that with Belize Water Services, where their non-revenue water, their losses are around 23%, and Nawassa in Grenada, it's around 28%. In other words, Jamaica still has a long way to go in terms of improving on this aspect of accessibility. And with this focus on system expansion, increased access to pipe water, as opposed to, let's say, alongside it, the reliability of supply. And we have the supply in non-utility areas also poses a challenge, and it's 15% of the population. When we look at accessibility to wastewater services, levels of access to collection and treatment are much less than 30%. And there's a little diagram there on the bottom right-hand side, which shows the breakdown between KMA, other towns and rural areas. In KMA, it's about 50%. The target by 2030 is 100% in utility service areas. And one has to question whether that is realistic. And then we go to the other thing. Of the water that is collected, only about 8% is treated. So could therefore be used as an untapped resource. And putting that in contrast, actually that 8% is for the Caribbean is quite good. Barbados, one of the other countries, is only about the level of 3%. So Jamaica again is doing somewhat better there. Assurance, the ability to know that the water is there. And here we're on, I think, more shaky ground. The state of water resources and demand patterns, as we know, needs to be better understood to understand what this variability is. We have a pretty good idea from work that has been done here in the Caribbean about what the climate change itself is going to look like. What we're not quite so good doing, and I think maybe my colleague Dr. Carroll might touch on this, is looking at what the variability in climate actually translates to variability in water resources, because let's say an increase in temperature of, let's say, 10% is not necessarily going to mean a 10% in change in water resources. We already see greater variability affecting resources. Now, on the other hand, Jamaica relies very much on groundwater, and groundwater can store water and therefore provide storage and a buffer against some of this variability. But the resources are not always where the demand is. And so there is a challenge in matching where resource and where demands are. And we already know that the shocks that we've seen of droughts, floods, and hurricanes have had significant impacts, not just on the resources, but on the people who use the resources as well, on the economy. Management, the reliability of the supply. There's a recent report that's come out via the Inter-American Development Bank, and the National Water Corporation, when asked for input into this report, could not provide any information on the reliability of its services. The other thing is, and I mentioned this yesterday, many of the plans identified in the water sector policy have yet to be commenced. So the management, the ability to manage, one must start to ask some questions about that in its ability to assure supply. And then the other thing is affordability. How affordable are the services that are provided? Well, again, going back to the report that has just come out from the Inter-American Development Bank, water bills for, let's say, a basic 15 cubic meters per month in Jamaica are around about $21 US per household per month. The average in that survey across the Caribbean was about $24 US per household per month. Putting that in contrast, in Belize, where we saw losses of water were lower, the average household, for the average household, is $34 US per household per month. Now, we are aware that there are social equity concerns, and this is reinforced by the low-income groups in Jamaica pay around about 3% of household income on their water bills. And this is around about the sort of limit that the World Bank recommends or suggests for low-income income families.
Mr.
On
Cashman,
the other side,
could you please wrap up? We have certain.
yes, I'm wrapping up. Yeah, we're wrapping up now. This is the last one. There. Service provider affordability, the net income, in other words, the net income over revenue for an NWC is minus 19%. Non-revenue water reduction projects have internal rates of return of around about 38%. So there are challenges in being able for the providers to provide these services. So wrapping up, on the evidence for this, can we say that Jamaica is water secure? In some instances, in some ways, yes, but there are certainly challenges to the security of its water services. And with that, I will finish. My acknowledgements to the Inter-American Development Bank and the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, National Water Sector Policy and Implementation Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cashman, for that very interesting presentation and the information provided. I would like to call now Dr. David Perel from the Caribbean Institute of Meteorology and Hydrology. The floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Okay, I will start by, just 1 second, please. Thank you. Can you see my screen?
We do, thank you.
Yes,
okay.
David.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to try to give a more general overview of things. I'd like to thank Adrian for the presentation. In fact, Adrian touched on a number of things that I was going to touch on. And so I may just go through some of those areas rather quickly, but just quick point. So I work for the Caribbean Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology, and that is an organ of the Caribbean Meteorological Organization, and Jamaica is one of our member states. And we have a mandate that includes providing hydrological support to member states and so on. And so a lot of our work is really focused on a number of areas. And the areas that are of relevance to this presentation are those really on the left-hand side. Training in hydrology, and so a number of persons in Jamaica have gone through our program. Research, Climate Data Center, Regional Instrument Center, Regional Climate Center, and Center for Climate and Environmental Simulations. The integration of all of these allows us to look at the whole discussion of water, the integration of water, weather, and climate. And that is really a key focus of the Institute, is really looking at things in an integrative sense, rather than looking at things as separately as water, meteorology, and climate. And so we try to take a more integrative approach to the way we approach things. With regards to climate data, that has to be integrated within the process. The instrumentation is integral in providing information that supports the process of decision making within the whole area of water. So I will start by looking at climate and water security, a role for climate services and climate information. And the climate change and increased climate variability are inducing changes in precipitation, temperature, and sea level across Jamaica. And this isn't anything surprising to most of you in the room. This is really taken from reports published in Jamaica. And some of this work is the work of Michael Taylor and his group at the University of the West Indies, Mona. And so I wish to recognize their role in making some of this information available. We're looking at mean annual temperatures that will be between 1.1 degrees C and in temperature increases and 3.2 degrees C. We're looking at increases in sea surface temperatures. These will obviously drive stronger storms. We're looking at rainfall changes in the future, and Michael's group is suggesting that we're going to be more seeing deficits rather than surpluses. And so this also has an implication for the whole discussion of water and water security. So too is temperature. So too is sea level rise. That is projected to be about 0.18 meter to 1.6 meters. And again, that has significant implications for water resources on Jamaica. More severe storms, category 4 to 5, will occur. While the frequency may not change, certainly these major storms will also play a role in shaping the water sector in the future as well. Storm surges will also have an implication in coastal systems as well. And the number of flood events, landslides and droughts are expected to change as the future climate in Jamaica changes. What we know is that once the temperature starts to go up, water utilization will increase. Sea surface temperatures will drive stronger storms, so we expect that the erosion processes will occur, and some of that may damage infrastructure as well. Sea level rise, there is the concern in coastal systems, increased salinization of coastal systems, which will occur as a result of sea level rise as well. And so when you put all of this together, it means that there are going to be some challenges for water resources in Jamaica. And this will increase water insecurity. And I've listed a couple of things there on the bottom, which will be reduced surface water and groundwater quality. Especially, you will notice that probably faster than for surface water than groundwater systems, because we expect to see things such as increased turbidity after major rainfall events. The other thing that we will see more than likely is the issue of overpumping of groundwater, groundwater resources in some areas, of groundwater twice there. But this is a perennial problem in not just Jamaica and so on, but this is a real problem across the Caribbean in terms of balancing water demand and trying to get the right supply to address the demand, I should say. And I will talk to this a bit later as we go, but this is a concern that we expect to see in coastal systems. We expect to see increased salinization if we start to overpump with the combination of sea level rise and changes in recharge. And in some cases, it is actually the change in recharge that drives the system more than it is necessarily the sea level rise itself. And so one has to pay careful attention to the recharge side of the equation in trying to determine what is going to be a safe yield for aquifer systems in the future. Adrian spoke of climate services, and one of the things that the Institute as a regional climate center and trying to implement the global framework for climate services is extremely interested in doing is in the area of integrating climate services and information within the water sector. How do we make smarter decisions in terms of how much water is available is really going to be driven in part by the integration of the climate service. And I show some examples here of products and services that we have that are being integrated. So at the macro scale across the Caribbean, we talk on the left about the rainfall outlooks. And here you see the term CARICOV, which is the Caribbean Climate Outlook Forum, which is a mechanism that is used to provide climate information to national entities across the Caribbean and to provide a picture of what is expected to happen. And here we can see Jamaica with about 35%, and these are, tertiles that are shown on the figure. And we're seeing the likelihood of being above normal, the likelihood of being normal, or the likelihood of being below normal in terms of rainfall. And this is May, June, July 2021. And so the integration of this information into the planning system gives you an idea of, one, how much recharge you may expect, whether you're going into dry conditions or whether you are going to be in a situation of excess rainfall as well. This is perhaps most useful for people who are in surface water planning. We also have drought maps that we build for the region as well. And so here we see that there's no concern for drought in Jamaica by the end of July 2021. And so this must give water managers some assurance that there is going to be water around to meet their demands. But when you look at the rainfall outlook says you may be slightly drier than you expect. But there are no concerns in terms of drought by the end of July, a significant drought anyways. The Jamaica Met Service also provides information that can be integrated into the decision-making of the water sector. And I just took two outputs from the products that they provide, which should be useful products for any water resources sector trying to make decisions with regards to climate variability and planning of activities. And at the bottom, we talk about programs such as CARICOV in the Caribbean, Early Warning Information System across climate timescales partner consortium, that we're working to improve the delivery of climate services to the water sector to risk inform the integration of climate information into decision-making processes in the sector. Sorry for the typos. And so within the UESACS consortium, there is the presence of water. UESACS is a regional level consortium. And so it is represented, the water sector is represented through the Caribbean Water and Wastewater Association, but the Global Water Partnership Caribbean also sits within the consortium. And so the goal is to really start to integrate climate information into the water sector at the regional level, but also at the national level to make sure that all stakeholders in the process can get the information that is required to make their decisions. The other thing that I want to touch on is infrastructure security. And so we normally approach this whole issue of water security by looking at resources, etc. And so the first question is the water infrastructure secure? We have had the situation in the United States with the oil pipeline, which shows that even when people assume that their infrastructure is secure, it is not necessarily secure. And this is a concern, or has to be a concern for any government. A number of years ago, then Assistant Secretary General for CARICOM, Eddie Green, was going to give a talk, and myself and one of the colleagues at CARICOM told him that he should talk about this matter to the global audience that he was presenting at. It ended up being the important part of his presentation. And so it is critical that we ensure that the infrastructure is secure. The infrastructure is becoming more electronic with electronic systems. The embedded IoT systems and so on. And so it becomes more and more vulnerable if it is not well managed. The other area and I should point out that in terms of the infrastructure can drive, if it is compromised, it can drive severe consequences in terms of water delivery systems in countries that can induce water scarcity in complex ways and leading to national instability. What if all the delivery systems in Jamaica were shut down? What would be the outcome? Is the software and data that drives planning and decision-making secure, readily accessible if systems are to be reestablished at short notice if there is a failure? In the past, we've seen entire data systems lost or compromised And often a lot of that data is important for model calibration, etc. But increasingly, we are now going towards data-centric decision-making systems, AI systems, machine learning systems. Data now becomes a really critical part of the planning and decision-making process as we move into these smart technologies. And so it is extremely important that we protect the data systems, the software that supports those, and the data flows to ensure that we are able to make that transformation from the traditional sense to the more to the newer approaches for decision making as we move forward.
Dr. Farrell,
yes.
Beyond our time frame, if you could wrap up, please.
Yes, I will wrap up right now, actually. Dr. Cashman talked about localization of water, and this is a challenge as we go forward with regards to decision making. Water is everywhere, just not where it is wanted, and that is a common concern. And then the final thing is human-induced impacts, poor resource management, and Dr. Cashman again talked about some of this. But we would need to improve human capacity and the technology we use to improve decision making, and we need to make decisions in a much more integrated framework. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Farrell, and for providing a very extensive and interesting presentation. We are a little bit limited of time, so I will only have opportunity to give each one of you a question, and then we will have to pass on to our the next session. So Mr. Cashman, Dr. Cashman, in yesterday and today, you refer to the fact that in the context of policies and in governance, there were some aspects that needed to be implemented or needed to be expanded. So the question is, what policies need to be further implemented, modified, and introduced to improve water security in Jamaica? We cannot hear you, Dr. Cashman. Your microphone is off. Thank you.
Right. My apologies for that. I would start out by saying that I don't think we need new policies. I think the policy, the national water sector policy that Jamaica already has covers a lot of the ground. Obviously, it does need to, there are some changes that need to be made to it, some acknowledgements, but I think, and we've actually been looking at this over the last couple of months. I think what the conclusion that we're coming to is that a lot of the things that are contained in the policy need to be implemented. The policy makes mention of a number of management plans and changes in legislation that that haven't taken place yet. And I think it is incumbent to see this through. So things like the parish plans, looking at water supply in the various parishes, that going forward into master plans, master water supply plans, those are the things that really will make a difference in addressing water security issues, because those plans will say these are the particular security issues in these places, and these are the actions that we can take, and this is what it's going to cost. It is on the basis of having that information that you can start addressing the water security issues of the country. There was a question, for example, in the Q&A about, and Dr. Farrell has referred to it as well, is that your resources are not always in the place where you want them, and they're not always there at the time that you want them. So this variability in time and space also is addressed in the development of master plans and other implementation plans. So I think that is where I would put the emphasis, not so much on trying to reinvent policy, but using the policy as leverage to start implementing the recommendations of the policy there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cashman. Dr. Farrell, you described the influence of climate and its change and variability in water resources. But unfortunately, in your last slide, you were referring to the human component or the human intervention and in the water resources. And could you explain how in Jamaica in particular, the variations in the human behavior, could they be more important in terms of attaining water security, variations in human behavior, variations in implementation of policy, the aspects that are human driven, would they be at the end of the day more important than the aspects of variations in the climate? And if so, how do you consider from the perspective of integrating approach that you referred the Institute has in its programs? How did you present solutions moving forward to improve water security in Jamaica?
Okay, the human intervention becomes one of the most critical aspects in water resources management. Most of the failures in water resources management are not necessarily due to failures in the natural system. It is the intervention of people into the natural system that really creates the imbalance that leads to failure. And so it is critical that when people get involved or interject themselves within the natural process, that the natural process is well understood. Because if the natural process is not well understood, the likelihood of failure becomes even greater and doing harm to the system. And so one of the things that we advocate, and that is in this slide, is human capacity. People have to be appropriately trained when to make the necessary interventions that are required. In a lot of cases, as you look around in southern Jamaica, for example, the extensive seawater intrusion problems in southern Jamaica aren't necessarily failures within the natural system itself, but really the human intervention into the natural system, which is driving quite a bit of the seawater intrusion into, for example, southern Jamaica. And so the whole premise is really that if you can build more integrative systems with well-trained people, then it makes a huge difference in terms of the outcomes that you actually will get. Jamaica is not the only country that is suffering with this problem, unfortunately. Many countries in the Caribbean are suffering with this problem, with not necessarily the right people making critical decisions or providing important pieces of information to decision makers. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much. There are a few questions in the question section of the Zoom meeting and also in the chat. So I am going to encourage the colleagues that were the speakers, if they could, as we move along in the program, if they could provide some answer or some guidance in regard to those questions. In order to try to maintain the time that we have exceeded, the minimum. I would like to very quickly wrap up the discussion for this part of the program by indicating that based on the presentations of our two colleagues, in particular in Jamaica, there seems to be sufficient resources to guarantee water security in the state, in this island state. However, the spatial and temporal distributions of these resources do not necessarily attend or respond to the actual needs of the population in different parts of the island and at different times. So there is a need to very integrate or understand the processes, both natural and anthropogenic, that guide these interactions between water and the population and the communities to guarantee or to further secure water to these particular areas. In terms of the climate, definitely the climate influences water resources. It has done so throughout history, and as long as the earth exists, it will do its impact. However, as was mentioned by both speakers, the impact of the human interactions in the security of the water is utmost important. And as it was stated by Dr. Farrell, and I indicated also at the beginning of my short introduction, it is today water security goes beyond quality and quantity, and we should take into consideration in defining the water security scheme aspects related to the security of the resource per se, but also the security of the infrastructure and the system of the water sector. And finally, there is apparently, based on the intervention of my colleagues, that there is not a visual need to substantially or change the existing policies in Jamaica as it relates to the management and conservation of water resources, but it seems to be important to assure water security for all, that some parts of it be further implemented, and that the participation of stakeholders at all levels in the implementations of these policy be expanded, possibly maybe introducing some aspects such as citizen science in terms of the relation between the phenomenons and the measuring of these could be one of the instances that could be brought into the whole system to improve the knowledge transfer to stakeholders, but also for them to participate in a more active manner in identifying mechanisms to secure water in Jamaica. So thank you very much to both speakers. Thank you again to the JEN Foundation for putting together this interesting event. And I will give the floor back to the organizers for the next session. Thank you very much and have a wonderful rest of the day.
I'm David Morrison. I'm the CEO of Integral Recyclers Limited.
My name is Tracy Ann Hyman, and I'm the CEO of Artel.
My name is Yakini Wallen Bryan, CEO and founder of Prelabs Limited, and also winner of the JN Water Project Innovation Competition. I started Prelabs in 2016 after building our first prototype of a product to allow people to control their electrical appliances from their smartphone. Since then, we have a suite of products and services in which we can offer remote monitoring, control, and automation services for our consumer as well as business customers and clients.
I have been actually submitting this idea to competitions before, and it was not getting anywhere. But I felt deep down that the idea was workable, was viable. And I said, okay, come on, let's work this idea further. And I saw the JN opportunity. And at that time, we had already reached a certain level in terms of the products and what it could do. And I thought, great, this is the perfect competition to enter. And we entered.
We decided to enter the competition because it synergizes what we were doing. We were already involved in the area of water management and water treatment. And then this was a perfect match for us. It provided good exposure and also funding.
My name is Carlington Burrell. I am the CEO of the Caribbean Climate Innovation Center, CCIC. So the Caribbean Climate Innovation Center was started in 2014 to support climate innovative entrepreneurs that have these brilliant solutions, and all they need was this intermediary entity to really help them to take these solutions to market. And so we provide entrepreneurial solutions such as business development, access to market, access to finance, access to technology, and along with that, we also provide grant funding, not just through our entity, but through our very key partners.
Due to climate change and a number of other factors, water security is one of the biggest problems facing Jamaica and the region right now and going into the future. We've used our technology and resources at Prelabs to develop a solution that allows consumers, business places, and entities across the board manage their water resources more sustainably and efficiently.
Well, when I look back over my life, I realize I've experienced quite a few disasters. I was actually in Japan for the 2011 Tohoku earthquake. I have been in the Bahamas for Hurricane Floyd, and also in Jamaica with the numerous hurricanes. So could you say that basically I was born to deal with disasters, but I'm not a disaster, right? So my inspiration came from working with communities all across the Caribbean in terms of the devastating impacts that flooding and disasters have had on communities. And so we came up with a flood planning tool because flooding is one of the most commonly occurring hazards within the Caribbean region.
I came up with the invention out of the need to find a cheaper protein source for people and for animals. And we were researching algae, producing algae as a byproduct of biogas production. And then boom, sargassum came, which was really an abundant supply of algae. 22 million metric tons passing through the Caribbean throughout the year. And we said that was it.
So across the country, we have seen a growing momentum to solve traditional water problems and emerging water problems. And so not just across the country, but if you look at the impact of the JN Foundation and the work that they have been doing, and so the Caribbean Climate Innovation Center partnering with the JN Foundation, we have seen a greater number of innovative adaptation solutions coming out of our partnership. So we see a lot of entrepreneurs emerging to the forefront and bringing forth their ideas, taking their ideas from ideas to prototype to commercialization as a result of the partnership with the JN Foundation and the Caribbean Climate Innovation Center.
We decided to use sargassum because it's really an abundant supply of proteins which we can process or refine to be added to feed animals, people, so forth. If you go into an expensive Japanese restaurant, they have these nori sheets. It's really still sargassum, it's just seaweed. So we decided to apply it here. It has never been done before as far as we know in this sector, in this area and this region.
We came up with the idea. I went on a research exchange in North Carolina. We learned about this interesting modeling technique that's been around for about 15 or so years. We took that information and we put the pieces together. So basically what I've done is paired that solutions-oriented side of me with this particular problem to help to reduce lives lost and reduce the cost of flood damage on companies, businesses, governments, and communities all across the world.
We do this by allowing people to keep track of their water usage from their smartphone or their computer using an internet-enabled device. This device lets them know how much water they've used throughout the course of the day, week, or month, if they have a leak, and also allow them to shut off water from anywhere in the world from their smartphone or their computer. We also have a sensor that can let people know what level their water tank is from anywhere in the world.
Without this competition and the exposure it had and the funding, I would not have had the opportunity to employ persons already. We have 2 team members active on this project, otherwise employing 4 people overall. We have had the opportunity to do this, which was not possible without it.
The JN Water project has allowed us to gather a lot of the resources that we need to develop and launch Waterpree on the best foot possible for the Jamaican market.
Well, the JN Climate Innovation Challenge has given us a lot of exposure as it relates to the tool. We've also got seed funds from Jamaica National, and importantly, I'm receiving mentorship from the Climate Change Innovation Center.
What we're saying here is there's an opportunity, there's a company here that will help you, that will mold you, that will guide you, will give you all the necessary support you need from a business perspective to help to develop these solutions to, so that they can be viable.
My father, who died when I was younger, had a passion for agriculture. And being one of 2 sons of his and also having a passion for agriculture, I mean, this very area we're in was where he did most of his work. It's near the Borders Research Center. I thought that it was important for me to carry on that torch, or something that he would have wanted to be proud of.
Personally, I'm very passionate about the technology that we do and what we're doing here at Prelabs, and I'm always trying to find ways along with my team of how we can use our resources, our technology and our insights to solve some of Jamaica's more critical problems.
One major contribution that I'd like to make, having gone through this competition and looking long term, I would love to introduce artificial intelligence into the flood disaster management process.
What I'd like to accomplish is this being the nucleus or the genesis of the integral group of companies where we provide green energy solutions, everything green, that can make the world a better place and show that we can make money, not harming the earth.
The thing is, Jamaica and the region in general has a lot of problems that no one else is trying to solve for us now. We understand these problems better than anyone else. So if we can develop a solution, if you believe in your solution and what you can do, go for it. Once it makes sense to you, put the pieces of the puzzle together. Just because no one has done it before doesn't mean that you can't do it.
To future green tech entrepreneurs, we say it's possible to be done. Keep pushing, keep at it. Follow your passion, follow your dreams, and simply make it happen.
You have to be determined, you have to be, focused on your goals and your dreams and going straight at it.
The CCIC and the Jane Foundation has been having real impactful change, not just from an innovation perspective, but we have seen the involvement of the community and cultural change.
We at Prelabs would just like to thank the JN Foundation and the Water Project Initiative for giving us the ability to accelerate the development and commercialization of Waterpree. We're only going to accomplish so much more. This is only the beginning.
Build it and water will come. Water availability and urban planning. Our next panel discussion will be moderated by Dr. Paris Liawayi, Managing Director of the Mona Geoinformatics Institute at the University of the West Indies, Mona. The Mona Geoinformatics Institute is one of the university's premier units, responsible for, among other things, the development of the region's first GPS navigation system, JAMNAV. Dr. Liawayi is a former head of the Department of Geography and Geology at the UWI and a former chairman of the Water Resources Authority. Please welcome our moderator, Dr. Paris Liawayi. Now let's meet our panelists for this session. Mr. Mark Barnett, President of the National Water Commission. Mr. Barnett is an engineer with extensive experience in water and waste management. Mr. Peter Clark, Managing Director, Water Resources Authority. Mr. Clark has had nearly 40 years' experience in the construction sector in Jamaica, specifically in the area of water supply management. Mr. O'Reilly Lewis, Division Chief Economic Infrastructure Division at the Caribbean Development Bank. Mr. O'Reilly Lewis, Division Chief Economic Infrastructure Division at the Caribbean Development Bank. Mr. Lewis has had more than 25 years of technical and managerial experience in infrastructure development in the Caribbean. And our final panelist, Mr. Anthony Mackenzie, Director, Environmental Management and Conservation Division at the National Environment and Planning Agency. Mr. Mackenzie has worked in environmental management for more than 25 years and maintains a specific research interest in coastal zone management. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panel.
Morning, everyone. Welcome to another exciting session here at the Water Summit. This one we bring out the engineering all-stars, and I'd like to welcome each and every one of them. I'm sure this is going to be quite a stimulating session this morning. Again, in keeping with the rules of the agenda, I will just speak for 5 minutes maximum and then allow each of the panelists to speak for 10 minutes each, followed by a 15-minute Q&A. And we'll proceed from there. The topic for this session is build it and water will come, ? And that's something that we have to emphasize as we enter the session. When we're talking about building 70,000 housing units by 2023, we're gonna have to be very smart about how we go about doing this. It's not about building as usual. It's not building the way we want, how we want. It's something we'll discuss in this session. There's an issue about access to safe and affordable housing. And safe and affordable housing does not necessarily mean cheap housing, because there's always a cost. As you will no doubt glean from the entire proceedings of this conference, it's not just a normal academic type conference. This conference, this workshop has been about policy meeting research, meeting engineering, meeting financing, meeting common sense. And this is something that we really want to bring out with this group of engineering all-stars. And so we really want to set the tone for real change in the whole issue of climate change, water sensibility in this country and in the region. And then we understand that these technologies that we've seen from Leanne Spence and Warren Bryan from Pre-Labs and so on, that these are really investments that we're making. We're going down the right path with this workshop, and we really should emphasize it. That being said, I'd like to welcome our panelists and invite them to make their presentations. We'll begin with the President of the National Water Commission, Mark Barnett. Mark, good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while, but we just invite you to make a quick presentation. Right now, build it and water will come, ? Is that a fair statement? Is that fair to people of Jamaica? Is it fair to the National Water Commission?
Thanks, Paris. So first of all, good morning to the other panelists, and let me just use the opportunity before I've been gone. When I start this elaborate discussion, I forget to also thank the JN Foundation for really leading, because I was just saying to Basil, while this is a matter for government, it is always inspiring when you see private sector take the lead to speak about water. And so I'm going to try to have a discussion. It's really not so much so should be a presentation, but some of it is my own thoughts in the whole scheme of things. And we have gone through some of these issues yesterday. I think my Vice President Glaister would have spoken about some of these things. So I'm not going to rehash anything relating to regulators and how the management is. I'm just going to go straight into what I consider the issues relating to NWC. And oftentimes, most of the challenges that you'll hear about is only when people in Kingston predominantly are affected because there's a drought. And again, there's also Mandeville, which is one of the most depraved area as it relates to water, ostensibly because of its location and other things. But just a quick overview of the NWC, really. We have a staff complement of just over 2,000, a customer base which has been growing up to over 500,000. Annual revenue, Jamaican dollars, 30 billion. Expenses are running close behind. And what I want to emphasize is CapEx, because in the water industry, a highly intensive capital industry, you need to have a steady flow of capital to ensure that you renew your systems and you ensure that reliability is maintained. We have over 1,000 facilities under management, and this just gives a synopsis of what is happening on a daily basis. Just about 180 million imperial gallons. I almost said 1,000. Wow. 73% of the population we assessed served by the NWC, and the rest is simple for consumption. Obviously, we are very much aware of where water is in the island, and I often said from time to time, wherever water is usually where people reside, where industries are. You can check in our situation, it is not necessarily so. So most of the water is on the north, most of our population, most of the economic activities are on the south. So there's a little bit of a dichotomy there. If you look at some of the most industrial countries, London is built on the River Thames, New York has the Hudson River, etc., etc. So we have challenges by virtue of how we settle and do business, which makes it very important for us to have proper planning and how we spend those resources. So when we look at Build It, because NWC is part of that process, as part of the approval process, I try to give a simple, trend in terms of what would have happened between 2016 up to presently, both in terms of applications that we would have received for water supply, as well as the number of lots that would have been contemplated through those applications. And we would have seen more or less a sinusoidal approach, I guess depends on the time. But on average, we would have been required to provide just about 5 or so million gallons of water per year for those developments. And again, these development requests is right across Jamaica. Sewage is not so much the same. It's a little bit less, well, significantly less, as a result of the fact that where the developments are happening, and in some instances, just our major townships are sewered, but not necessarily fully covered. So that has to be understood as well. So I kind of bring the conversation a little bit around the capital city, because again, we would have seen a lot of what is happening. And just to give a little, framework of how Kingston, as it relates to NWC, is total number of customers. And when we say customers, we talk about connections. It's just about 124,000. 98% of the population is served by NWC, and that's a significant amount. Average daily water production, 45 imperial million gallons of water per day, the number of sources, and we also look at the wastewater coverage as well, and which is abysmally low. So that we can agree on. So I did an assessment to look at what is really the water that we produce, and I did a comparison of 2019 to 2020, since as those are two complete years. I started to look at 2021, but I don't think the data set would be accurate and representative of the period. And over the period, we would have on average injected into our system 168,000 meter cube of water per day. And for those who are always familiar with gallons, you just multiply this by 220 and you would get a feel of what the millions of gallons is in terms of that volume. Average supply time across the network, and I will hasten to say our average supply time prior to the intervention that we would have done was just about 18 hours per day. Now we would have moved up by 21 hours per day. And what was significant for me is what is being consumed per capita. Just about 118 liters per day is consumed by each person. And it tells you that less than 30 gallons of water is being consumed by each person on a daily basis, and that was 2019. Similarly, is the same for 2020. Again, the supply time is just in the region of 21 hours per day. I particularly share this slide because I want to emphasize that while we often follow the build it arrangement, and yes, NWC is part of that process, we also believe that under the current circumstances, there is adequate water with particular intervention, and I'll explain more as it relates to that. So where will the water come from? First of all, I mean, if you're looking at building it and you have very poor spatial planning arrangement, you really don't know where anything is going except when an application is reached to you. You have to then see whether your infrastructure is adequate and what needs to be done to support such a development. So that is a big issue from our perspective. NWC's perspective is not knowing exactly when things are, where things are going, when it is going to happen. So in our own budget and planning, those things can be made frontal in that process. So, you know, I look at it and say it's an entire cycle. It's not just an entity as an NWC's responsibility solely, but it also requires a number of players. I say all stakeholders, developers, householders, approvers, every stakeholder to be on board. And these are things that would have been mentioned yesterday more than once. And so I am not necessarily going to repeat what is said. But importantly, for us, we believe an enterprise, and I am one of them who, while it is embarrassing because of what happened at NWC, I'm not afraid to say that we have a problem of non-revenue water. It is a problem that needs to be addressed. It's not a problem that is going to go away, and it's not a problem that is going to be solved by adding more volume into your system, because it's only going to get worse when you start to do that. But it's a problem that I believe ought to be a sustained stream of investment to tackle this major issue. A utility, NWC, while making stride and revered and considered as a utility which others should emulate, still has its own issues. And NRW, we believe, is the largest and most significant problem that we face. So you can't have a system of having 70% or so NRW. It tells you that whatever volume of water you're producing, you're more than adequately able to address the demand that is there. In fact, it is a circle, and I heard yesterday the whole nexus between energy, water. NRW drive up your energy costs, and it is just an inefficient process. So these are some of the things that we believe in addition to, but foremost, NRW need to be tackled on a sustained way. We have declared within the NWC every customer must have a meter. It actually drives conservation at the household level, and it makes more water available to others. So we believe that that is something that we will pursue for the foreseeable future. So I want to share this because, again, we oftentimes neglect, and because it's not so much something that is seen in relation to a facility being open and so forth. But when we embarked on the NRW activity, we got a lot of negative comments. But we stuck it out, and we decided that we're pursuing it. when you look internationally, this is the way to go. Why we who are suffering from regular droughts, etc., don't pursue this activity. So we embarked on a 5-year NRW program, and so far, albeit with its own challenges, we have seen our supply time increase. We have ensured that we can reduce our pressures in our network, and the end game is that we would have been reducing our losses, which we get no revenue from, by a certain quantum. In fact, we would have reduced NRW by about 33,000 cubic meters per day, and in return, increase our bill volume. So we're getting it 2 ways. We're billing more people, or billing more volume of water, and at the same time, putting less water in the network, because that is what is required. And this is just some of what is happening. I did a simple assessment just to demonstrate what needs to be done. We assess social water within the corporate area to be over 5,500 cubic meters per day, while the current NRW is just about 76,000 cubic meters per day. If you look at the average cost per meter cube of water, NWC would be losing just about $18.3 million per day. If you multiply that by 365, it's over $6 billion per year. It is a no-brainer that in satisfying the build it and the water will flow arrangement, you have to make your network efficient all the time. But I want to also look a little bit outside of the corporate area, because oftentimes work that the NWC does is never usually mentioned, but you see a lot of developments happening. And one of the things that we would have done in the early 2000 is the Jamaica Water Supply Improvement Project. Very few people are aware that there is a transmission main all the way from Montego Bay up to Runaway Bay. And that is on the basis of which all those hotels could be doing direct foreign investment in Jamaica. So while NWC would have done that investment, the wider Jamaica population, and especially within that tourism belt, would have benefited. We've also done major work in Spanish Town. There is resiliency in that area. Recently, we have done Santa Cruz, so you would have seen very little problem in that rural, urban township, and as well as in Junction. In fact, there's a lot more economic activity that is now happening in that area. But when you look at planning, the development, the houses, St. Catherine is a prime area where housing are happening, you have to take in some resiliency activity. And NWC has led in that way, and hence we would have installed an artificial groundwater recharge system. I'm sure Peter, who is on this panel, may want to speak more on that. We partner with the IAEA, and this is innovative from our perspective, because we want to now use technology to assess our water resources, to see how it flows, what is the age of your water resources, how the aquifer function, how each hydrologic basin, function. And so that is groundbreaking, and we are more or less, NWC, that is the leader in the region in using stable isotope technology in doing those assessments. Again, that is how you ensure your water resource is understood, so that the planning process can be supported. With NEPA and other stakeholders, we work with the IDB on a Yalas Hope River watershed project. Again, this is how watersheds are the brainchild, if you will, of where the water resources comes from. And if there are activities within those space that is deleterious to your water resource, eventually, as we would have seen and now experienced over the years, when you move your city northwards, as in Kingston, without putting in the supporting infrastructure, your water resources, especially in the Ligani Plain, is definitely affected. So much so, estimated about 5 to 6 million gallons of water unusable. We want to ensure that our action is supportive of a sustainability in those areas. This is just a synopsis. of what we believe are important in ensuring that, when you look at planning, it is not just to go and put up concrete structure, but you have to look at it in an all-enclave, all-inclusive way. NWC believes, and it's part of its strategic goal, that the first thing to tackle is to reduce our losses, cut our energy costs. Eventual beneficiaries, the consumers, because if we become more efficient, the price of water is likely to go down. But I rest my case and just encourage all your viewers to follow NWC on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. That was very informative as usual. The question and chat rooms are blowing up with questions for you, but we'll take them afterwards. I think to answer my question to begin your session, Mark, build it and water will come, question mark. You have answered that question. Build it and water will come once proper planning and design elements are considered, and once there is proper coordination between developers, regulators, different partners in the system. And yes, water will come. But there are also many other complicated and complex elements that we have to consider when we consider any kind of building activity anywhere in Jamaica. Thank you again, Mark Barnett.
Thank you.
Our next panelist is Peter Clark. I've worked with Peter for many years. Peter, again, build it and water will come. But the Water Resources Authority has been involved in integrated water resource master planning. You've been involved in decades of data collection and real hardcore science that allow you to make informed decisions on how to inform builders. So would you share with us what the Water Resources Authority is doing, and especially with respect to the building paradigm in Jamaica right now? Peter Clark?
Yes, good morning, Paris. Thank you. And good morning to the other panelists. Good morning to the watchers and viewers. And thanks to Jamaica National for putting this summit together. The question, build it and water will come. It is a question that I think should be fairly easy for us to answer. I'm sharing my presentation, and I think we can move along. Can you see it?
We can, Peter, go ahead.
Okay, good. So at the Water Resources Authority, our primary aim is the sustainable water resources development and management. And this is built on a foundation of resource and data monitoring and gathering. And with that, we challenge ourselves to plan for water resources, to allocate water resources, to conserve water resources, and of course, to protect water resources. So our main areas of technical focus are on planning and investigation, and that speaks for itself what happens there. For data collection and resource monitoring, that also speaks for itself. And for permits and licensing, which means that we manage the system through operating by issuing permits to drill wells and licenses to abstract water. Now, we are a prime member, we're in the prime stakeholder in the decision-making process generally. And for example, for development approvals, they do, of a particular size, they do pass through the Water Resources Authority for opinion, comment, and advice. So we process applications by the municipal corporations, by private developers, and of course we provide technical support to NEPA in their own permits and licensing system, as well as to other entities, other government entities who have to make decisions with regards to using resources, not just water resources, but other resources that may impact upon water resources. So when we look at these development approvals, for instance, and I have selected here three parishes on the south of Jamaica. Well, Kingston and St. Andrew, I'm calling one. So it's really four parishes then in that very proper sense. So Clarendon, Kingston and St. Andrew, and St. Catherine. And of the development applications that we have processed in the period 2011 to 2021, so we're looking back 10 years, essentially Kingston and St. Andrew are out front with 26% of the applications over that period, followed by St. Catherine and then Clarendon. Put them all together and you see that it's 43% of all total applications across the island during that period have been in this restricted southern belt that I have selected. So nearly half of the applications are coming from or represent in those areas. Total amount of applications was 2,050, and this set total was 886 applications, roughly 43%. So it shows that there's a lot of action and activity that's taking place in this selected belt. And at the same time, with regards to the water balance and where water is, what we can see is that in this same southern belt, this white bar is the exploitable potential, and this red bar, you can see this red bar in St. Catherine, it is the sector demand projected for 3 years' time, four years' time, for 2025. And you can see that the demand is outstripping the potential. And so this is an indication that we have to be careful. To answer your question, Paris, we have to be careful when we decide to build, because we have to plan and we have to recognize that we do have challenges. The fact of the matter is that I will say upfront that we don't build it and then hope that the water will come. We have to be a part, it's an integral part of the overall process of planning for the water, because the water is the sustenance of the overall development. Now, we have other issues. And we recognize that we are a part of that major planning process. So we, at the Water Resources Authority, are mandated to produce and occasionally update a water resources development master plan. And this master plan is a rolling plan, essentially. And now, as we move forward, we have to consider the impacts of climate change. And so when we are now considering our assessments, we do resource assessments, which is a water resources assessment, and this is primarily groundwater and surface water. And then we do the demand assessments, domestic, agricultural, industrial, tourism, recreational, and of course, environmental demands. So in all of these demands, and projecting for future demands, projecting for future resource changes, we have to now add in the impact of climate change. Clearly, we've been told coming out of the climate change division, you know, that the temperatures are expected to rise. Professor Michael Taylor he's a prominent exponent on what's happening with climate change, and especially as it relates to us here in Jamaica and the wider Caribbean. And the climate is expected to go hotter, wetter, drier. Hotter means evaporation levels will increase. Wetter means that we'll be getting a lot more heavy torrential rains, and drier means that we can expect a longer drought periods. Now, the fact is that when we're making these decisions, as I said, they have to be data driven. We have to rely on the science. And then it is this now that pushes us to promote even more IWRM. What's IWRM? IWRM is the coordinated development and management of water, land, and other related resources, so that we can maximize economic and social welfare in what we'd call an equitable manner. And at the same time, doing all of this without compromising the sustainability of vital ecosystems and the environment. And for us, the most vital of these ecosystems is anything with regards to the water environment. So this master plan it's an integral tool that is drawn upon not only by us, but by developers and potential developers. And it should be drawn upon when you are making the plans about even, let us say, building, and that will help to determine where the water will come from. Because when we look back at what's happening and these projections that I've mentioned have been coming out of the Professor Taylor's group, the climate studies group have been putting out, we're seeing that we can predict that we will move from a situation of water surplus to, at some time in the future, water deficit. And if we do have water deficit, then it means that we will then have to use alternative methods of producing our water, of providing our water. All right? So the blues are good, essentially, and the reds and oranges are not so, are bad. Let's put it that way. So what we have to do now is we have to be doing everything to put in place the measures that can mitigate and help to maintain more of the blue and less of the red. All right. So a part of this mitigation strategy is, for instance, the matter of dealing with, looking more into rainwater harvesting, not only for the non-utility service areas, but also for the utility service areas, the conjunctive use of rainwater, because we recognize that rainwater in and of itself, there's an issue in intercepting rainwater, because rainwater also is it's a source of water for your rivers and your streams and your groundwater. So if you intercept it, we do have to recognize that it then impacts on what we're accustomed to the rainwater doing in and of its own natural self. So we have to be careful how we intercept rainwater, but we do promote it, generally speaking. Of course, I would promote this within the standards, within the concept of standards for infrastructure. When we're telling people what they are to do, if we mandate it in codes or whatever, in building codes, we should also mandate, for instance, what relative storage structures relative to roof sizes and so on. We should also mandate the measures that would be put in that would then maintain some amount of water quality to keep it potable. Mark spoke about artificial groundwater recharge, artificial aquifer recharge. You have the traditional system, similar to what Water Commission funded, and it was built by Rural Water Supply Limited on their behalf. That's a traditional system. Water is diverted from the canal system, the National Irrigation Commission canal system, into clean detention ponds, sedimentation ponds, and into wetland beds, and then it's injected into the aquifer. We have to look, for instance, at the energy water nexus. NWC is the biggest client of the Jamaica Public Service Limited. So if we can move more to solar pumps, for instance, if we can use photovoltaic systems and put more solar pumps in, we can help to manage that, because as a part of the resilience for climate change, it means also reducing your energy footprint and your energy demand. And then with regards to the water itself, what can we do? Well, there are a number of options here. We can look at interbasin transfer of water. We can look at water reuse, gray water, using gray water and using treated effluent. And there was much discussion about this in yesterday's symposium. We can look at stormwater capture and desalinization. Now, for stormwater capture, what it means is that we essentially have to have a quality of stormwater that is worthwhile. So if it's highly turbid, then it becomes a greater problem. And what we would need to do is go back to the forest and reforestation and the watersheds to help to make our stormwater be retained in the watershed, and also that what comes off the watershed as runoff, that it is, let us say, cleaner. And of course, desalinization comes with its own issues of the comparative costs at this time between producing water through desalinization versus our traditional methods. Of course, there are energy demands, and of course, there's the environmental impact of the brine solution that has to be disposed of. So let us look a little bit more at this interbasin transfer of water. An interbasin transfer of water is essentially the transfer of water from a hydrologic basin, which has a surplus of fresh water, to another one that's suffering from a water scarcity or a deficit. So we've looked at some selected hydraulic basins here. And when we look at the availability, the water demand and the allocations from these basins, what we see is that what's attractive to us is, for instance, the dry harbor basins, a high water available and low allocation in that basin, which means that there's a fair amount that can be moved out of the basin. It might be some distance away from where it's needed. And we are looking at, as I had selected earlier, those 3-4 parishes on the south, which are showing the highest growth. So what we're looking at is how to move water from the north into the south. Markins also spoke of that in his presentation, and that is coming from the challenge that we would have given them and the option of a solution that we would have given to them. And so now, you know, Water Commission is considering that as a part of their future options. It is something that we promote because this is a part of planning for an event instead of building and then hoping for something to happen. So in these basins, these are the numbers which show that, and what is telling here is right here, which is this blue and this red, which are showing that for 95% of the time, and for 70% of the time at least, for instance, the Rio Bueno has a consistent discharge value of roughly 300,000 cubic meters per day. Now that's a lot of water. And it may be far away, but I'm telling you that we have to be looking at these as our solutions. The White River is also fairly attractive, and Lowlands Great River, to some extent, is also attractive. So we've asked, build it first or plan first. Urban planning has great demands, and urban centers present great challenges. The urban centers are usually, you know, more further removed from water resources. They are more taxing on water resources. They present domestic demands, which means higher quality and higher treatment costs. They present industrial demands. They present tourism demands. At the same time, these same urban centers, they are more susceptible to sanitation issues, primarily because of the matter of density, the matter of water treatment, matter of solid waste treatment, matter of wastewater disposal, and the matter of solid waste disposal. So all of these things combine. And then if you're going to be now building out more areas and more cities and more townships and more developed populations, centers, it means that when you think that you have to consider all of these, it means that you also have to consider how you're going to deal with the basic thing that is going to keep people healthy and the basic thing that is going to probably keep people alive, which is the water. I mean, we've seen in public space, you know, examples of places where they have done a plan, they've built out and they didn't plan specifically with water in mind. And then we now have examples of diversity, all right? Mandeville has its own challenges, not because it wasn't maybe properly planned, but because of how Mandeville has mushroomed, and with regards to, without the regard to the water that would be supplying Mandeville. And so there is that example of adversity. What we had planned for the Kingston metropolitan area in the 1980s, we've now outstripped that. So while we could meet or could meet the challenge in the 1980s, now in the 2020s, we can't. All right. And then, of course, with climate change and seawater level rise and other issues, you know, you're looking at decline in groundwater, you're looking at decline in surface water levels, you're looking at rising seawater levels and more encroachment of salinity into fresh water. So these are issues. When a developer considers, well, first of all, let us look at the utilities themselves. So you have people like our entities like the public entities like the National Water Commission, the Municipal Corporation, the Rural Water Supply Limited, and then of course you have private water providers as well, who are providing on a commercial scale. They have to only draw upon groundwater, rivers and springs. That's what we have. Now, the average developer, their first go-to will be the National Water Commission, clearly. And if the Water Commission, if the NWC won't be able to provide it to them, then they'll move to some other water provider. Or they themselves will then start thinking of their own option. That option could be a solution that they have devised. Maybe they may find a way to drill a well within or near to the development and use that supply, that development.
Sorry, Peter, are you going to be wrapping up shortly?
Yes. Or combine rainwater harvesting and other combinations. So we also have to consider in all of this how we'll be responding to drought, how we'll be responding to water deficits, all right? we, for instance, have a moratorium on any new abstractions out of the Rio Cobra, because of the fact that we are on that balance between abstraction and the replenishment of the resource. So as operational stance, we do not think that we should just repose and sit back and say, build it and it will come. We have to respond, and we have to respond before. All right? We at WRA intend, and we always have led in the solution argument. And we say, let the science and engineering speak for itself, and then we can operate from that. Our mantra is Jamaica's water, every drop precious. That's it, Paris.
Thank you very much, Peter. Our next, some very important points raised, and again, the chat room is blowing up. But we're becoming pressed for time, so we're gonna move to O'Reilly Lewis from the Caribbean Development Bank. We've heard a lot about the Jamaica perspective over the last two presentations. I want to open it up to the regional scenario from the CDB. O'Reilly is the head of the Economic Infrastructure Division and has a particularly good focus from the regional and from the financing standpoint. So O'Reilly, good morning. Is it good afternoon over there yet? Not yet. Thank you for joining us. So please, would you share your thoughts and perspectives on this issue?
Yes, good morning. It's still morning here, almost afternoon. And I would like to thank start by saying thank you, good morning to my fellow panelists, and saying thank you to the organizers of this event for inviting the bank to participate. It's good to see so many familiar faces in the sector, and I wish I could have been in the Pegasus in person, but these are the times that we live in. This morning, I will provide a brief overview of the CDB's approach to development in the Caribbean with specific focus on climate change, water availability, and urban development. To provide context, I will begin with a brief summary of the bank and our mandate, followed by a brief overview of our approach to project development. I will then transition to the bank's work in the water sector, climate change, and urban development. So CDB, we are a multilateral development bank established in 1969 to serve the Caribbean region and only the Caribbean region. We are based in Barbados with one satellite office in Haiti. We have 19 borrowing member countries, starting with Anguilla right through. In the north, we have Belize, and to the south, we have Suriname, and Jamaica is also a member country. Our mission is to be the leading catalyst for development of development resources in the Caribbean. All right, working in an efficient and responsive, collaborative manner with our borrowing member countries and other development partners towards a systematic reduction of poverty in the countries which we serve through social and economic development. So that's a very broad mandate. And again, it tells you what drives us, what is the base of our decision making. It's all to do with working collaboratively with our clients and partners for the well-being, social and economic well-being of our member countries. I just thought it'd be useful to put up the strategic pillars in our current strategic plan. Again, it's all the word that runs right through our strategy has to do with resilience, bouncing back. It's building social resilience, building economic resilience, and building environmental resilience. And in the times we live in, we understand why that is absolutely key, because we keep having these setbacks that we need to recover from. And we are at a point now where we need to move forward and develop in a way that would facilitate us bouncing back from these kind of setbacks. The sectors, the major sectors in which we work in, these would include education, power, electricity, and we especially focus on renewable energy and energy efficiency, water and sanitation, transport, roads and bridges, and airports. Okay, we are now ramping up our private sector operations, and running through all of that is good governance. The guiding principle, of course, economic viability. So our projects, we normally do some sort of cost benefit analysis, some sort of life cycle cost analysis, lease cost analysis. We support projects that we can demonstrate would have a net positive economic impact. Again, social equity. The goal is to improve the conditions of those living below the poverty line. We also have a heavy emphasis on promoting gender equity and catering for marginalized groups such as people with disabilities. We try to proactively build all of these things into our projects. The cross-cutting themes for all of these, and of course, environmental preservation and enhancement, which we'll speak a bit more later. Throughout of this, all of the sectors we work in, we focus on good governance, sustainability at all levels, and of course, resilience, as I said before. So how does this look in a real sense? When we are asked to do, for example, a water project, there has to be a prepared project, and we have to be able to demonstrate that that project makes sense for the people and the governments that have applied for the funds, be it grant funds or loan or concessional loan funds. So we would prefer if the projects are framed within a national development plan or national land use plan. We would prefer if the projects are housed or framed within the context of sector plans. And then we will proceed to do feasibility studies for the specific project, for the feasibility studies, where we look at options and the impacts of those options. And once preferred option is selected, we will conduct the detailed designs and implementation plan. All of our projects now require a climate vulnerability assessment. Every infrastructure project now, there has to be some level of climate vulnerability assessment completed. And there's usually an environmental screening, and for certain categories of projects, we would require a full environmental and social impact assessment. So these are now standard parts of our operation. So quickly, excuse me, we zone in on the water sector. It was very, very interesting listening to Mark this morning and I felt good because we are aligned in terms of what the sector priorities are. For us, the climate, the sector that's most impacted by climate is the water sector. And so that is the core of everything that we do in the water sector. Mark spoke about the whole issue of operational efficiency. Non-revenue water is unacceptably high in most of our Caribbean countries. There are a few exceptions, but we are talking upwards of 50% in many of our countries. And that has a link to the energy usage. In many of our countries, maybe even most, the highest energy user is the water utility, the service provider. And so operational efficiency of service providers is something that we think we have to focus on if we're going to make any meaningful change in the sector. Building human capacity at all levels, at the technical managerial levels, that underpins everything that we do. Some of the ongoing projects we have, and they're mostly infrastructure-based projects. They're available. We have projects ongoing in the Bahamas, in Barbados, Belize, Dominica, St. Lucia. We have 3 major projects happening in St. Lucia, including the John Compton Dam rehabilitation. And in Suriname, we have projects being prepared in Suriname, Guyana, and in Jamaica. We have a rural water project that we are working with NWC on. And we are also preparing a project now for Grenada. Some of the studies, regional studies that we've done, we have collaborated with the IDB and the CWWA in a regional water sector strategy and action plan, which is at the regional level in terms of identifying regional level priorities, but also country-specific priorities. That was done in a very consultative manner. We were happy to be part of that work, and that is something that is an active project in terms of the implementation of it. And we are fairly proud of a study which we recently did, which is entitled Planning for the Integration of Climate Change in the Water Sector in the Caribbean. And these are dealing with the tools, given the service provider tools to plan better for the impacts of climate change in their country. And again, that was done. I think there were 2 or maybe even 3 case study countries, but it was full. It was applied. There was full consultation and training of all the members of our countries. There's another piece of work which I think I would suspect is in strong use, but again I would want to reference it. It's the State of the Caribbean Climate Report, Information for Resilience Building. This is work that's it was published 1 year ago, April 2020. It's work that was conducted by the Climate Studies Group in the Mona campus here in Jamaica. And I think it is extremely good work. It should be the starting reference document in respect of climate change information in the Caribbean. The information is the most recent that we have. It's reliable, updated climate data. And we believe that, and we recommend, it's probably being used currently, by the Water Resource Management Agency and so on. But we recommend that at a high level, it is important that this could be used for strategic planning, decision making, and resilient building in efforts in key sectors. It specifies the impact. It deals with agriculture, water, road transport, tourism, and health. So I just wanted to commend that to those who are listening. I don't want to repeat what Peter has said. What he said, drier, wetter, warmer, he put it in simple language, but basically that's what's going to happen. And for us, the end result really is that we're going to have less water resources, increased demand, and higher risk to water infrastructure because of higher intensity storm events. That is the net sum of how the impacts of climate change are going to affect us in the Caribbean, and Jamaica is no different. So let's go to the question at hand, the issue of urban planning and water availability. And I'm going to keep it regional. We have found in practice that there's an absence of national land use plans or local land use plans, urban plans and regulations. And in the countries where they actually have some of these policy elements and legislative elements, they're not enforced in a consistent way. So the reality is that you have many urban spaces that are impacted by unregulated planning and unplanned development. And you have increased demand on existing infrastructure and on water resources, right? And as I said before, the issue in relation to climate change is that exacerbates these issues. With climate variability and change, the situation is worse. So recognizing this, we have been focusing and trying to up our game in the urban space. And over the last 3 years, we have been having consultations at the Caribbean, the regional urban fora with stakeholders. We've had several meetings, stakeholder consultations. We have hired a consultant to get the information in terms of what the challenges and priorities are. And we have basically at the point of presenting to our board an updated urban sector policy. And that the goal of that policy is to enhance the capacity of BMCs to promote livable, sustainable, safe, and inclusive, resilient and smart cities. The pillars, roughly speaking, and these are threads that have come out in all of the presentations. Peter, Mark, really, if you're not planning, you are reacting. That's basically the bottom line. And when you're reacting, you're behind. You're already behind the 8 ball because things are happening and you're trying to catch up. And so for us, the key things in urban development is going to be related to having a good governance structures in place. Specifically, we are looking to, the issues we will be looking to support would include mobility and resilient infrastructure, urban economic development, security, welfare, gender equity, social inclusion, and the integration of climate resilience and environmental sustainability. And like I said, I think I'm on the same track as everyone else, really. It's all about having an integrated approach, an all-of-country approach. I do think we do fall into the trap of separating the sectors and doing our planning at a sector level, which is important, but it must all lead towards a national development level. And that is what we would be promoting. So I was given 10 minutes, so I did not attempt to go into any detail. What I've attempted to do again is to give just the overview of the bank's approach. My team, we comprise a team leader for infrastructure development is William Ashby. Sharon Griffith is the urban sector lead. Dwayne Squires is the lead in the water sector. Valerie Isaac is currently the acting head of environmental sustainability. You can contact us, any of us at any point. It's not difficult. Everything is on the internet. And we can provide this information to the organizers of the event, and we'll be happy to engage with you and to help you to come up with solutions that will put us in a scenario where we can plan and be in a position where when we build it, the water would be available. Thank you.
Thank you very much, O'Reilly. You brought us back on time a bit. I think what you said a while ago, if you're not planning, you're reacting. That's a very important thing to consider, especially given the theme of this session, build and water will come, ? We're going to move to our final panelist, Anthony McKenzie. I think Anthony and Mark Barnett have the most stress of everybody on this panel in terms of dealing with pressures from the general public and the political directorate, etc. But I think, Anthony, you're gonna drive this home. Right now, you have a very important role in the planning, environment, as well as the enforcement, etc. So, would you please share with us your own thoughts and perspectives, Anthony?
Thank you very much, Faris, and good morning to my fellow panelists and as well as participants. And I'm conscious of the time. So this presentation, I'm making it on behalf of NEPA, which for some of us, the NEPA is the agency of government that's responsible for environmental management in Jamaica, the stewardship of the environment, and of course, spatial planning. I want to focus my presentation. I'm going to be probably quick because again, time factor. The question of watersheds, management and water reliability that was touched on by your presenters before, Mark and Peter. The matter of water quality itself and managing the risk, given the need to be resilient with respect to water. The question of wastewater reuse, and point quickly to some strategies, recommendations to support water resilience that NEPA is pursuing in its broad environmental management and planning framework. So importantly, and I'm emphasizing this point, the question of watersheds, the environmental quality of our watershed ecosystem, it's critical for us, and from the point of view of water resilience, of as persons have mentioned before, and of course the question of climate response and climate impact. The reality is that for us in Jamaica, 26 watershed management units, and as you can see from this particular slide, 2 watershed areas, well, 3 together, the Hope River, Hope and Yalas River, and of course the Real Minnow, are considered to be at risk. And if we refer to the previous presentations, it's interesting and important to note the relationship between these two critical high-risk watersheds and the question of where people live and build, and the nexus between water supply and water demand. The reality is in that both these watershed areas are considered high risk. And in managing our watershed, we have to recognize that, I mean, these are areas where people live, they work, they build, they do their livelihoods. And that's all a part of integrated watershed management, supporting livelihoods at the same time, attempting to preserve the ecosystem, the area, to support the constant supply of water. Now, there have been some intervention in both these critical watersheds. In the Rio Minnow, I mean, we had probably read yesterday about the adaptation program and financing mechanism through the PPVCR, and they've done a lot of interventions in the Rio Minnow watershed, looking at greenhouse harvesting technology, greenhouse technology, interventions in stream flows, check dams, a lot of intervention. Mark also referred to the Hope and Yalas River Watershed Management Project, supported by the IDB and GOJ, supporting the water supply of Kingston. Again, there are major interventions in this area with reforestation, engagement, importantly, of the community and the community stakeholders. Over 5,000 people engaged in watershed management efforts. These are targeted at ensuring that this major water stream to the corporate area is managed and improved over time, recognizing the challenges. Another critical area for us, and I'm trying to go speedily, is the question of the ambient water quality. The agency presently operates over 200 riverine and marine water quality stations around the island, right? It's not only important that we monitor, but the agency has an important mandate to regulate the discharges to these water bodies. The discharges meaning whether it's wastewater treatment facilities or industrial treatment facilities. We have an important role in regulating these. And importantly, going forward, it has to be a major effort on the part of the agency and government in the wider perspective to ensure that we manage and regulate our effluent discharges and that they are in compliance to applicable standards. There's a reporting mechanism available to the public as part of a pollution release and transfer register so that people can go online and see that information. So we talk about the watershed and managing the discharges so that we can improve water quality. Black River, for example, the Black River watershed is a probably easier one. But if we consider the Rio Cobre, and we heard reference to that watershed earlier, when there are significant agro-processes, industrial facilities within the Yuatan Linstead sub-basin of that watershed, coming down into Spanish Town, Central Village, Market Garden Drive, and so on, that discharge to Kingston Harbor. These industries have been under regulation by the agency, and we need to double our efforts, certainly to see improvements. We have been seeing improvements, and this is an example in the Black River watershed area, which is a much easier watershed to manage. We've seen over the last 7 years some improvements in water quality because of targeted interventions in managing discharges and moving quickly. So a key point that has come out of this summit, and as we build, is a question of wastewater reuse. For those of us who might not be aware, the wastewater and solid regulation provides an incentive for the beneficial use of wastewater. So when we apply wastewater discharge fees, it is discounted significantly when that use is when there's a beneficial reuse of that. This policy of wastewater use is reflected in the water sector policy, and it's a discussion that we have started to engage in moving in terms of that policy recommendation in collaboration with the Water Resources Authority, and this is pursued further through the CREW project, which I think we heard from earlier yesterday, in terms of a roadmap for bringing this and mainstream this into our planning processes. The question of rainwater harvesting, and I think I saw a question in the chat from Dr. Emmanuel. NEPA, as part of the planning and approval process, has integrated that in the approval process, and therefore now we're seeing more and more residential developments, even in the urban area. And I saw again a question relating to rebuilding these high-rise buildings, and there are no such facilities. I'm happy to say that if you check, a number of these facilities now have water storage and harvesting capabilities. And this is a process that we're actively engaging in moving forward as there's a redevelopment in the Kingston area. And again, another question I raised about in terms of the infrastructure for absorption and subsurface drainage within the corporate area, and with the new developments, we have adopted planning guidelines that support permeability in surface designs within these new developments, and you see them as examples if you actually go in and check. So I just want to conclude, I've gone through quickly, but the development orders provide a framework, having considered the spatial and settlement strategy throughout the country, as defined clear and focused growth centers. And we expect that going forward in the future development and building of the infrastructure in Jamaica, that we take account of these policy prescriptions and programs that would give us the resilience, will support our resilience in the water sector moving forward. Thank you very much. I think I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. That was very good. I'm very pleased to see that you're encouraging treated wastewater reuse. This is something where businesses can recover significant investments in compliance and then use these things for irrigating a playfield or something like this. It's something I know WRA has been looking at and advocating for a few years, and I'm glad to see that we're beginning to focus on major elements like this. We're now in 15 minutes of question and answer, and we've made up a little bit of time, but we're still running behind schedule. So in looking at the chat room and seeing that there have been some direct responses, I want to open up to a broad theme in the range of questions that I've been seeing. So I really have three main questions that I will open up to the panelists, gleaned from the range of questions I've been seeing, and the panelists would have seen them as well. So the first question, I'm going to direct this to both Peter Clark and Mark Barnett. It really surrounds the social effects of a lot of the stuff that you mentioned. So Mark, non-revenue water reduction is very important, but has there been any kind of negative effect, any kind of effect on inner city communities, their way of life, water as a human right, etc.?
Paris, in fact, the activities that we would have pursued, probably I should start in a different way. So, you know, most of our inner city communities are a lot of the areas that are, consider them socially challenged. They just sprung up, unplanned, unregulated in a lot of ways, and infrastructure must follow those settlers. But in the same breath, because of the state's non-activity and non-responsiveness in a very decisive way to address those, the infrastructure and the provision of the water supply follows. And in fact, we would say a lot of the water that is provided to those communities or areas are really social water, meaning it's not paid for. The the beneficiaries have no compulsion in any way to pay for that water. And it's a reality that we face. What we have been doing in the last couple of years is to make a concerted effort to really assess what that and quantify what that volume is, in addition to assess what the number of people who are benefiting from that commodity is. And so the idea is really to ensure that we can make the proper representation to government. You have to understand this, you know. NWC gets no benefit in any concerted way, like a monthly subvention from government. And therefore, if we're now being asked to consider social water, somebody has to pay for it. And the only way we would seek to get compensation is through the mechanism of government. But yes, there's a social component that is involved in the non-revenue water process.
Thank you for that, Mark. And then the other social element that I want to discuss coming out of questions to Peter Clark regarding interbasin transfer. Are there any effects on rural agricultural communities in terms of their water supply and their ability to access this?
Well, we do have the example of the interbasin transfer bringing water from the Yallas sub-basin into the Kingston Basin through the famous Yallas pipeline. There are concerns that existed and concerns that persist coming from that. What we have to do is learn from it. And my response would be that in learning from it, then we would have to put in the augmenting subsystems that will keep those economies and keep those townships and whatever alive, so that they don't feel an impact of a loss. The fact is that the interbasin transfer is, the argument is the greater good. But then we always have to remember that one person put out, one person slighted is one person who is not happy. And the idea is we want it to be equitable. So in the equitable and fairness operation, we have to learn from what we've done and advance from that.
Thank you for that, Peter. The next general theme I wanted to speak to is about planning, the role of planning and enforcement. And there's an element in here that we'll bring Anthony McKenzie in for. But I want to start with O'Reilly. From the CDB perspective and from a regional standpoint, but more importantly as a multilateral partner in terms of funding projects and so on, you have a role with your many different member states in terms of advising them as to how they go about implementing sustainable programs and so on. How does CDB's monitoring and evaluation framework sort of compels member states to be serious about things that may not be politically convenient? You have climate change that does not adhere to convenient 4-year or 5-year election cycles. We do have individual governments or policies being made that may be in contradiction to stated goals of sustainability and so on. How can CDB help in terms of making sure that we stay the course?
Wow. The first word you use, compel, is that we have no, that's not a word we can use. It goes against our very, the core of why we exist. We operate in a collaborative manner. So we could advocate for, we could promote best practice, we can try and build linkages, give best case studies and so on. And we have had small bits of success. You know, we have had there are countries where, especially on the governance framework, we've made some progress. And then the government changes and you feel like you're back to square one. You know, exactly. that happens all the time. And I really don't know any other way other than just to continue that push. The countries that we've gotten some traction in, we've gotten a champion. We've gotten somebody influential, the water manager, who has the respect of the minister, who has the respect of the prime minister, and they can influence change and they can get certain things done. And if I've ever get in a position where I can get that linkage for 2 terms, for 2 political terms, then I figure we can get meaningful change. So far, it's been broken, and that's a challenge. So I think we as water sector professionals have to put our minds together and maybe think of some different approaches. I think sometimes we speak to each other and we don't make the best linkages between ourselves and the economy, the overall economy, the tourism people, the industry, and so on. I think we have to find ways of rather making a water case, making an economic case, to first of all, the general population, because that's who the politicians listen to, really. And if we can, if people understand, you know, what the general issues are and so on, then we can make us up. But it's not, we can make some progress, but it's not easy. And I'm not gonna pretend that as a bank that we have the answers, really. We try to build relationships. We work with partners. IDB has been an excellent partner, the Caribbean Water Wastewater Association, CAWASA, you know, those other regional organizations from both institutional and civil society. You know, we all have a part to play, but it's a marathon. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon, and we are in it for the long haul. We're gonna continue to plug away. Like I said, we're gonna take the small wins when we get them. And we hope that we don't have to get to a crisis scenario before people start to listen. We are trying to avoid that. From what I heard this morning, Jamaica is not there yet, but it's heading there. And so we gotta hope that we get to a point where there's not this water deficit versus water demand, and that we can, that 2080 slide that was put up by, I think was Peter, where it shows everything is in red, that could be that back down to 20, you know, another 100 years, when maybe realities we'd have to go to desalination or something like that. But what we want to do is to extend that down the road and not be, you know, put things in place where we can maximize the resources that we have now. Right? So I didn't answer your question, but I think our general approach is one of chipping away at the problem, forming partnerships, getting links, educating the general population, and educating the political directorate.
That was an excellent answer, O'Reilly. I was deliberately provocative, and you gave me a very good diplomatic answer. So Anthony.
Boris, yeah, so I want to follow up a little bit on the question of planning. We'd have heard the announcement last week that the entire island now is covered by development orders. So I think we need to be informed by research data, by the science. Where do we build? I mean, the question of the available infrastructure, the amenities available, the areas outside of vulnerable areas. These are questions that are reflected and answered within the context of the development order spatial plans. And I think it's important that we stick to our plan, our research data, and inform ourselves. When we go outside of that, that is when we need to bring in enforcement and so on. And so the decision makers, ourselves at NEPA, we need to be guided by our own research so that we plan as according to what the information, the data is saying.
Precisely. Thank you for that, Anthony. You brought it home perfectly. I think that is where the integrity of science, engineering, data does not compromise in the face of any other kind of political pressure. I know Water Resources Authority has decades worth of data that can be used to inform policies, and the NWC has mountains and reams of an army of really good top quality engineers ready to answer the call. So with that, and we're going to begin to close the session now. I think the theme of the session was build it and water will come, question mark. I think the answer to that is plan and then maybe build. But I think it's in the planning session that will determine whether water is available, whether water is viable, whether water is accessible, whether water is economically feasible. Does something create more problems than another? I think that we have to consider the needs of the people, the poor, the disabled, the rural versus the urban, economic developments in the North Coast, and our own ambitions to become a developed country. This is not something that's unique to Jamaica. It's something that we also, I think, O'Reilly, you're from St. Vincent?
Yes, I'm from St. Vincent.
I think what's happening in St. Vincent in terms of what's happening with the volcano shows that you don't have to be a climate issue to create certain problems with water availability and accessibility. So I think the whole discussion this morning is from four very practical gentlemen. It's not just men doing this thing. It's many different brilliant water scientists or women across the region and across the world. I think this has been a very useful session. I hope the participants have also gained something from this. We did try to answer the question directly in the chat room, and I tried to aggregate those questions in the question and answer here. So I want to thank the panelists very much for their presentation. Thank you, Mark, in particular, for actually physically making it to the site to look real gangster on stage right now.
Yeah.
But I think, again, thank you all very much and have a good rest of the day.
Thank you, Paris. Pleasure.
Right, thank you.
Good morning. Again, we're almost at lunchtime, but I guess, they save the best wine for last. So I'm here to just wrap up the sessions we had this morning and the presentations. And they were really excellent presentations, as I promised yesterday they would be, and I hope you have gathered a significant amount of information and on the issue of water for agriculture, water security, and the whole issue of build and water will come. In all of the presentations this morning, there were two critical elements. One was conservation, and the other was climate change, which led to different spin-offs, basically. In the presentation that was done for the minister by Mr. Giles, the CEO of the National Irrigation Commission, he spoke about the critical need for water for agriculture. As we are all aware, a lot of our farmers depend on rain-fed agriculture. And of course, we don't always get the rain, or we get it too much, we don't get enough, a little. I remember as a boy, there was a drought one time, and there was a pastor up in Lucy, Reverend Rodney, and farmers went up and begged Reverend Rodney to pray for rain, and when he rained, the farmers went back, and Reverend Rodney said, "But it's raining." He said, "Yes, Father, but we did only want a thimbleful, you give you a bucketful." So this is the issue here. It doesn't come in what you want, and the quantities are when you need it. And that is a problem. And he speaks in the issue to the question of conservation of water and the efficiency of use in order to conserve water. And I coined a phrase many years ago when I was at the Water Resources Authority, which says, more crop per drop. In other words, I think we should try to produce more with every drop of water. And I think it still stands today, and I think it is very, very critical that we move into this avenue in the most efficient method of irrigation for production of agricultural produce. Agriculture, they say, is going to be a major driver of the economy and is a significant contributor to GDP, but we need certainly to have the necessary infrastructure in place, and I think the government probably needs to look at how we can foster the installation of this kind of infrastructure in place so that farmers can have adequate and efficient irrigation simply by probably removing some of the taxes on the importation of the materials that go into the infrastructure, the installations. In terms of the climate change, we see that climate change also impacts on agriculture, of course, because it's going to be projected to have more higher temperatures, probably increasing winds, a higher demand for water, and therefore you're going to have serious problems there, both in terms of for agriculture as well as for municipal and other water demands. You know, out of the climate change, I think I've noticed, I don't know if you have noticed it either, but there's one word or words that keep coming up all the time. And that's been new, but it's used regularly, and that's resilient and resilience. And never seen that some years ago before, but now since climate change and we see the impacts and what is also projected, we're seeing that we're supposed to build resilient housing, have resilience here, and resilient water, how to make water supplies resilient. This is a critical aspect of the whole thing. And I was just looking at something last night, and I saw that somebody was likening climate change to a moving train, a slow-moving train. It is coming, but it's moving very slow. So it gives you time to run across the train line. But if you delay and you wait too long and the train gets too near, the train is going to run over you. And that is what is happening here now. We can't wait too long to take action to mitigate climate change. And we can, otherwise the train is going to come up and it's going to run us over. And I'm really a little bit disappointed that the climate change division of the ministry was not here to let us know exactly what are the practical aspects of mitigation of climate change across the island. I keep seeing people attending COP conference at the parties. I hear funds being provided with money, but what are the practical aspects? What are we doing? How are we reducing the impacts of climate change? In many other countries that I've been to or seen, where our practical demonstrations can be seen of what is being done to mitigate climate change. In the issue of water security, I think both Dr. Cashman and Dr. Farrell, two of my long-standing colleagues from Barbados, made excellent presentations, and of course chaired by Dr. Maria Donoso, who is a chair, the UNESCO FIU chair in sustainable water security in Florida. The whole issue of water security, while we looked at adequacy of water being available as well as services, infrastructure, and other problems, as Dr. Cashman looked at in terms of the adequacy, accessibility, assurance, and affordability. We still can't forget, as I pointed out yesterday, the whole issue of cybersecurity. Cybersecurity, and I did give an example yesterday of the hacking into the water treatment plant in Florida, where the hacker changed the concentration of sodium hydroxide going into the water supply to 100 times its normal concentration, which could have serious implications for health. And now we have the issue of the pipeline lockdown for fuel pipeline, the Colonial Pipeline in the US, and which for some reason seems to be increasing gas prices in Jamaica. I'm not talking about gas, I'm talking about water, but very strange. Anyway, we know that water security, especially in small island states, provides a serious challenge because we have very limited resources, both in terms of financial resources, people resources, as well as water resources. And those have to be used carefully and adequately so that we can manage our resources in the long-term aspect of things. Dr. Farrell pointed out the need for data to be able to do the analysis to ensure as to how we can determine the level of security risk and things, and pointed out the different areas where we would have problems. Increased temperature, sea level rise, increased salinity due to overpumping, and we have seen that in Jamaica on the south coast of the island, where we have had significant overpumping in the 1970s, and we have had a tremendous amount of saline intrusion, and the RRA has made changes in terms of this allocation process for licenses to abstract and use water, and put conditions on the pumping levels in wells to maintain good quality water inside of the aquifers across the south coast of the island. As Mr. Barnett stated in his presentation, though, the whole issue of water security is something that we need to look at, and the skewness of water resources across the island, where a lot of resources on the north side, but a lot of the economic activity, both agricultural and industrial, is located on the south side of Jamaica, which is in the rain shadow and gets less rainfall than the north side of the island. And that's something that leads us to the whole issue of being able to meet the water demands across the island. But I think, come back to Dr. Farley, spoke about the interjection of humans in the water system, and I think we have seen that in some places in Jamaica, and especially in Kingston, where we have seen the disposal of sewage in soak-away pits. There's no sewage treatment systems, very little. The NWC is expanding that. But those soak-away pits soak away someplace, and they soak away to the water table, and we have had to abandon several wells, and over 5 million cubic meters of water per year in terms of water that has been lost to the public water supply system. Mr. O'Reilly Lewis gave an overview of the system, the issues related to climate change and integrated approach to planning to ensure that we can have resilience in the water sector. And Mr. Mackenzie from NEPA, I think, raised a number of issues. I remember some months ago, years ago, we were looking at a national spatial plan. That spatial plan would set out what's going to be developed where, and then we can plan for that. Plan in terms of water resources development, how much housing, how much is going to be required for agriculture, for a light industry, etc. Instead of that, we don't, and so we wouldn't have the haphazard development where you don't know what's going to come, you can't plan for it. And it also affects things like energy, provision of energy in the right level to keep things, keep development flowing. And that is an issue. I have not heard anything further about the National Spatial Plan, and that's something that I think we would like to have further discussed inside there. Now, while Mr. Mackenzie speaks about national development plans and development orders, rather, that cover the entire island, my issue is that a lot of times there are many instances, there are developments that are outside or breach the development orders. And I'm not sure how this occurs and how we're going to deal with that. But there are many instances, and I think there are many persons out there in environmental agencies that can bring these to light and can say, this is not in keeping with the development order. And I think basically if we looked at the mining or the mountain down at Rio Bueno, you will see that that is part of the system that is not in the development order. The thing is, he spoke about the Yalas Hope River Watershed Management Project. And in the past, we have had different projects. We have had the Yalas Morant River, we have had the Hope River Project, the HSUP. But what I notice is that once project funds are exhausted and the project ends, there are no provisions for financing that will keep the achievements that have been made going forward. And this is something that we need to do. It's like we are going around in a circle and we are redoing these projects in some of the same places that were done before. And all the achievements that we made up in the Hope River Basin with farmers in terms of land management, cropping, and other things like that, seems to have gone. And we are now going back in terms of trying to resuscitate degraded lands in both Yalas and Hope River, and we are going back out into other areas that we have done projects before. And I think this is one thing that government needs to do, is to provide the funding to ensure that we keep the achievements that have been made over the life of a project going, so that in the long term we don't have to reinvest money and we don't have to be searching again for funding from external agencies to literally do over what we had done before. I think that is not the cycle that we want to go. It indicates a little more of a rather poor planning. And the issue of planning is something that is very, very critical to us in terms of meeting the water demand, ensuring that our systems are resilient, there's that word again, and that we are using water as efficiently and as effectively as possible. So, in closing this morning, I think we had excellent presentations which brought out the need for conservation, to be able to deal with climate change impacts, to look at planning, better planning, to assist both the NWC as well as the National Irrigation Commission in meeting their water demands and in getting sustainable water resources to farmers as well as to municipal and cities and the townships across the south coast of the island. This afternoon, as we take lunch now, this afternoon, we will close off with one presentation on the impact of COVID-19 on the injection, the urgency that COVID-19 has made in trying to find a solution and increasing water demand. And there are some interesting figures that I have looked at in terms of doing some research on the matter, and I'll give you some of those numbers later. And it would be very useful if the NWC could provide some form of analysis of the figures that have been supplied in terms of the demand for water and the billing for water during the pandemic period as compared to the pre-pandemic period. I don't want you to put something in your calendar though for later this year. December 8th to 9th, there will be a virtual conference in Guayaquil in Ecuador, and it's going to be titled Cybersecurity for Water Security. Remember I just spoke about the cybersecurity issues where the hacker hacked into the treatment plant and into the Colonial Pipeline of fuel in Florida. I think that this is going to be something that we all should pay attention to, and I will let you have more information as we get closer to the period and more information becomes available. But please put it in your diary. It's a virtual meeting. You can join, register, and it, I think, will be very beneficial to both like NWC as well as to the National Irrigation Commission. As we said, it's cybersecurity for water security. And so this afternoon, we'll see you again at 1 o'clock for the final session this afternoon. And again, thank you for your participation, and I look forward to your continued participation this afternoon. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Last year, well, we didn't have no water, so we didn't well thirsty, but we were greatly affected because most of the communities don't really get water. You have the crops that died out. You have children that couldn't wash their hands at school and stuff like that. I work in a school and children couldn't get to wash their hands, so that was something.
Well, it was very bad because I've been like one time for the day and
well, while I was not directly affected, but it was all around me in terms of other persons. There were areas without water for a very long period of time. I could definitely see the impact in the supermarket where prices are concerned. The rainfall was unpredictable last year, so it did affect the prices in the supermarket.
oh, horrible! It was horrible.
How come?
Plants dying and my flowers and all of that, and not enough water in the reservoir. It was terrible. I would never want an experience like that ever again.
Well, greatly because you had to deal with water being given to you at a particular time of the day or for a couple of days to be exact, to the point where you had water once every 2 days, once every 3 days. You have to go back to the country days where you fill up jugs and buckets and barrels just to serve you until you get water again.
Terrible. It was devastating. I had no water in my pipe for months. It was quite frustrating. And all my plants died, and almost I went also.
Well, we have to conserve and we couldn't water our plants, and my plants are like my babies. So that was a little difficult.
It has made me very conscious, though, of water and how valuable water is and how easily, it can become a scarce resource.
The drought last year affected badly at my office, bananas and other plants and all that. We didn't get any water. We were on the kicks on your Maline area, not even water to just wet some of the plants. And so it was all beautiful banana trees and things like that. And some of my flowers too, because sometimes not even, I do some water harvesting and that saved me with some of my plants, but other things died.
Very bad.
Oh.
Short of water, you can't get to wash, or you get water to cook, to bathe, and those things.
Well, affected bad, because I never used to get water in pan and bathe.